Hello. So a mosquito is moving with a velocity v bar t square I cap plus 3t j cap meter per second, accelerating in uniform conditions. What will be the direction of mosquito after 2 seconds? And we are given with answers in terms of tan inverse from y-axis from x-axis. So either angle is measured with x-axis or with y-axis. Now here direction of mosquito means direction of the velocity of mosquito, the direction in which the mosquito will be heading after 2 seconds. So we have velocity function, we can just substitute t equal to 2. So in the velocity function we can put t equal to 2. So t equal to 2 will give us 2 square I cap plus 3 into 2 j cap. Simplify this. This will give you 4 I cap plus 6 j cap. So velocity vector is ready, but we want direction of this after 2 seconds. So we can draw graph for the reference. We can plot this velocity vector on x-axis, on y-axis. So let's say this is x-axis, this is y-axis. Both x and y components are positive. So x component is 4 and y component is 6. So we can complete this parallelogram and show the velocity vector like this. This is the velocity vector. Now this velocity vector will make some angle with x-axis. To measure angle with x-axis, let's say angle is alpha, we can consider this right angle triangle. If this is 6, then this is also 6, opposite side. And now tan of alpha, if I solve here, tan of alpha will be opposite side 6 upon adjacent side 4. That gives us 3 divided by 2. So one of the answer is alpha angle, which is tan inverse of 3 by 2. But this is with x-axis. Such option is not there. Tan inverse of 3 by 2 with x-axis is not there. So now we can try angle with y-axis. So let's say angle made by the same vector with y-axis is this angle beta. Now we can consider this right angle triangle. If this is 4, then this is also 4, opposite sides of the parallelogram. And now we can consider tan of beta. So tan beta will be equal to opposite side 4 upon adjacent side 6. So this is 2 by 3. Now tan beta is 2 by 3. That means beta is equal to tan inverse of 2 by 3. So tan inverse of 2 by 3 with y-axis is option A. Thank you. Hello. An iron rod of cross-section area of 4 cm square is placed with its length along the magnetic field of intensity 1200 ampere per meter. Flux through the rod is 40 × 10⁻⁴ Weber. Permeability of the rod is. So in this question, you can see options have same digit 8.3 and then the powers are different. That is 10⁻³ -4 -5 -6. Units are also same. So we can look at the flux equation. We are given with flux, we are given with area, and we have to find out permeability. We are given with magnetic field intensity as well, okay, or magnetic intensity is also given to you. So we can use formula magnetic field inside the rod will be equal to permeability of the rod multiplied by magnetic intensity. Permeability multiplied by magnetic intensity. So magnetic field is not given, but flux is given, area is given. So if you visualize this rod, this is how the rod is, and magnetic field is placed, it is placed in such a way that magnetic field is along the rod, axis of the rod. So area vector, cross section area is given, this cross section area is given. So area vector will be perpendicular like this. So angle between magnetic field and area is 0. So we can calculate flux as B A cos of 0. Cos 0 is 1. So we can write magnetic field as flux upon area. So come back here and just put magnetic field as flux upon area. Now to calculate permeability, we can rearrange this. So mu will be equal to flux upon A into H. Now what we have to do, just put the values. So flux value is 40 into 10 raised to minus 4 divided by area into H. So area value is 4, but that is in centimeter square. So we have to convert that centimeter square to meter square. That will be 10 raised to minus 4 into H, magnetic intensity, that is 1200. So now we can simplify this. 10 raised to minus 4, 10 raised to minus 4 cancel. Then we can cancel 4 here and 4 here. This will be 10. So 0, 0 cancel. Okay. Now rest of the calculation I am writing here. Pay attention. This is 1 and divide by 120. So look at the answer here. It is 8.3, 8.3, 8.3, 8.3. So we can adjust this as 1000 into 10 raised to minus 3 divided by 120. Now why 1000? Because if I arrange it as 100, then 100 by 120 will be less than 1. I want answer 8 point something. So it has to be a value which is more than 8 times. So 1000 divided by 120. 1000 divided by 120 into 10 raised to power minus 3. Now this cancel, this division. 100 divided by 12. This can be calculated as 8.3 approximately into 10 raised to minus 3 Weber per ampere per meter. Okay, so this is your permeability of the medium. So correct option is option A. Thank you. Hello. What will be the nature of flow of water from a circular tap when it flows? Flow rate is given to you, and that flow rate is actually increasing from 0.18 liter per minute to 0.48 liter per minute. So flow rate of water flowing through a tap is given, and that is increasing. Radius of the tap and viscosity of water is mentioned. 0.5 centimeter is radius and viscosity 10 raised to minus 3 Pascal second respectively. Density of water is also mentioned, 10 raised to 3 kg per meter cube. Now based on this we have to comment that the flow remains turbulent flow. So it is turbulent and remains turbulent. It is steady becomes unsteady. It is unsteady becomes steady and remains steady flow. Okay, so here let's start with formula for Reynolds number. So Reynolds number RE, I'm using RE or Rn as symbol for Reynolds number. Rn is equal to rho V d upon eta. Rn is Reynolds number, rho is density of the fluid, V is velocity of the fluid, d is diameter, inner diameter of the pipe, and eta is coefficient of viscosity. Now here diameter is not given, radius is given, but we can get diameter. Coefficient of viscosity is given, density is given, velocity is not given. But instead of velocity, flow rate is given and flow rate is changing. So we can use flow rate. Okay, I'm using symbol R, just R for flow rate. And flow rate, as we know, it is cross section area into velocity. Flow rate is volume of the liquid flowing through the given cross section per unit time. That is flow rate, volume flow rate. So cross section area A into velocity V. Now cross section area can be written in terms of diameter as pi d square by 4 into velocity V. Okay, so I can use this formula to get substitution for velocity. Velocity of the liquid will be equal to 4 into flow rate divided by pi d square. Okay, 4 will go up, pi and d square in the denominator. So let's use that formula over here. So density, inner diameter, viscosity as it is, velocity will be replaced as 4 into r upon pi d square. Okay, so d and d cancel, and we have formula as rho into 4r upon pi into eta. So this is your formula for now Reynolds number. Now we can put values in this formula for the first case. So for the first case, calculating Reynolds number, okay, see the substitution carefully. Density is given 10 raised to 3, okay, into 4 into RE. R here is flow rate. Now flow rate is given as 0.18, so I can write it as 18 into 10 raised to minus 2, but that is not in SI unit, liter per minute. So conversion of liter to meter, that will be 10 raised to minus 3. Okay, 1 meter cube is 1000 liter. 1 liter will be 10 raised to minus 3 meter cube. This is conversion of liter to meter cube, and then divided by minute also. Okay, so minute will be converted to seconds. So in the denominator we will have seconds as well. So 1 minute becomes 60 seconds. Now apart from that, there is eta, coefficient of viscosity, in the denominator, that is 10 raised to minus 3, and pi value is also there in the denominator. So this is your Reynolds number. Now we can do calculation, take 10 raised to minus 3 out, okay, and here we can take approximately pi as 3. Okay, we can take see, Reynolds number is important, its general range is important, exact number is not that important. So I will take approximation considering 3 instead of pi. Pi is 3.14, but I'm approximately considering it as 3. So if I do that approximation, removing this pi, or let's keep it there, and just instead of that we will consider 3. Okay, so then we can cancel this and 3 into 60. This will give you just 10 in the denominator after cancellation. Okay, this will become 180 and 18. So further calculation is also possible. 10 raised to minus 2 and 10 raised to plus 2 will get cancelled. One single 10 will be remaining. That 10 and this 10 is also getting cancelled. So what are we remaining with? What are we remaining with? Anything that we are missing? Yes, diameter we are missing. Okay, one diameter will be here, which I missed. So if I include diameter as well, then diameter is how much? Diameter is radius is 0.5 centimeter. Diameter will be 1 centimeter. So 1 into 10 raised to minus 2. So 10 raised to minus 2 will become 10 raised to plus 2. So this 10 and this 10 cancel. 10 raised to minus 2 will become plus 2. And the answer we get is approximately 400. Okay, approximately 400. See the calculation once again, how we have solved this. What was missing was diameter value in the denominator. So diameter was 0.5 centimeter with the radius, 1 centimeter diameter converted to meter. Okay, rest of them we have solved properly without any approximation. Only one approximation, considering pi as 3 instead of 3.14. So if I consider 3.14, I am considering slightly bigger denominator in that case. So my answer will be slightly smaller than 400. 400 is not the actual answer, it is less than 400. But that exact answer is not important, because the Reynolds number value that we got is less than 1000. So here I am taking a reference from NCERT books. Okay, some version of NCERT book I am taking a reference. The less than 1000, that means this is steady flow. So it is initially a steady flow. Okay, so unsteady flow to steady flow, this is wrong. Now let's calculate what will be the new Reynolds number. Let's calculate what is the new Reynolds number. Initially it is a steady flow from the Reynolds number value. Now in the second scenario, what I'm going to do, I'm going to notice that in second scenario everything remains same, only the flow rate changes. So we can observe that Reynolds number is directly proportional to flow rate. Flow rate is capital R, and Reynolds number in the second case divided by Reynolds number in the first case will be equal to R2 by R1. Flow rate in the second case divided by flow rate in the first case. So Reynolds number in the second case Okay. Let me make this is slightly visible to you. Yeah. Okay. So now I hope this part is clear. You can read if it was going out of the screen earlier. You can just read once again. Now Reynolds number in the second case will be equal to flow rate became 0.48. Okay. Initially it was 0.18 and initial Reynolds number is approximately 400. Okay. So we can cancel this. This will be 48 into 400 divided by 18. Okay. So we can divide by 6 here. If I divide by 6, this will be 3. This will be 8. So what do we have? 8 by 3 into 4, 8 by 3, 8 by 3, 8 by 3. So this will be 32. 100 divided by 3. So this calculation is doable. This will be 1066.66666 recurring number. Now you can see the number here is more than 1000. Number here is more than 1000. So earlier it was less than 1000. So it was a steady flow. Now it is more than 1000. So now it is unsteady flow. If it was more than 2000 as per NCERT references, if it was more than 2000, then it will be turbulent flow. So here it was steady flow. Earlier that became unsteady flow. So B is correct answer. Thank you. Hello. A bimetallic strip consists of metal A and B. It is mounted rigidly as shown in the diagram. The metal A has higher coefficient of expansion that of metal B. When bimetallic strip is placed in a cold bath, it will. Okay, so then we have to comment on what will happen. Not bend but shrink, bend towards left, bend towards right, neither bends nor shrinks. See, when you are going to insert this bimetallic strip in, or when you submerge this in cold bath, temperature of both the metals will be reduced. So if the temperature is reducing, thermal contraction will happen. Both of them will reduce their length. Now, both of them are going to reduce the length, but the one having higher alpha value, see, metal A has higher alpha value as per the question. If metal A has higher alpha value as compared to metal B, so what is the significance of that higher alpha value? Higher alpha value indicates higher change for the same temperature change. So the one having higher alpha value will show greater change in the length. See, I'm saying change will be greater. It could be expansion also, it could be compression also. If expansion is more, then that metal will have higher final length. If compression is more, initially same length, but then compression is more, so the one having more compression will have lesser final length, because compression is more, it compressed more, so final length will be lesser. So here alpha of A metal is higher than alpha of B metal. So delta L for metal A will be higher than delta L for metal B. So we can say that final length of A will be lesser than final length of B, because we are putting them in cold bath. So both of them will cool down, thermal contraction will happen. A will contract more as compared to B. So final length of A will be less than final length of B. Now these two bimetallic strips are stick together. Now A has lesser length, B has higher length. So they will show their different length, but they want to be together as well. They are stuck together. They cannot detach like this. They will be rigidly fixed together, but they also have different final length. So to accommodate both the conditions, they don't want to leave contact with each other, and they also want to accommodate their individual difference in the length. They will bend towards left side, because if they bend towards the left side, then A will be on the inner side of the curvature. See, A will be on the inner side of the curvature, whereas B will be on the outer side of curvature. So the A has lesser radius, so that arc length will be less. B has comparatively more radius, so it will have more arc length. So now by bending to the left, they are achieving both the conditions. They are still together, and final length of A is lesser than final length of B. B is on the outer side, so B will have higher length of arc. Okay, so this is correct answer is it will bend towards left. B is correct answer. Okay, thank you. Hello. Let's start. A charge Q is moving dl distance in the magnetic field B bar. Find work done by magnetic field -1, 0, infinite, 1. So we know formula for force applied by magnetic field on a charged particle. So force applied by magnetic field on a charged particle is F bar equal to Q V bar cross B bar, where F is force, Q is charge, V is velocity vector, B is magnetic field vector. Now the answer of the force that we get from this formula is answer of a cross product. Answer of cross product. So notice that force that will be acting on the charged particle because of the magnetic field will be proportional to its velocity. Okay, as well as it will be proportional to magnetic field as well. So to calculate work done, we will use F bar dot S bar. Since the force is always going to be perpendicular to velocity, that means always going to be the instantaneous displacement. When I will calculate work done, that answer will be 0. Since force is always going to be perpendicular to the velocity, perpendicular to the instantaneous displacement. So work done formula is Fs cos theta. Theta is always going to be 90 degree cos 90, 0. Okay, so correct answer will be option B. Thank you. Hello. So two men P and Q are of masses capital M, small m. Small m is less than capital M. Hold a light rope passing over a smooth fixed pulley. P and Q climb up the rope so that the acceleration of Q upwards is triple that of P downwards. Acceleration of Q is upward, okay, and that is triple that of P, which is going downward. Now tension in the rope is, and we have answers in terms of capital M, small m and G, where G is acceleration due to gravity. We can make that fair assumption. Now we can visualize this first thing. This is fixed support to which we are connecting a pulley. A thread is passing over this pulley in this way, and this is not the block, this is a human being. We'll draw human being. Okay, fair enough. And now let's say this is P, which is going downward, acceleration of P, AP. This is going upward, this fellow is Q, acceleration of Q upward. And the main relationship that is given to us is acceleration of Q is equal to thrice. Okay, this is not visible to you. So let me write here, acceleration of Q is thrice acceleration of P. Okay, magnitude wise, direction wise they are opposite. Okay, now we can study individually FBD of just P. If I draw FBD of just P, then there will be weight acting vertically downward. Weight of P is capital M into G. There will be tension along the thread away from the body. So I can use Newton's laws of motion for just P. Now what are the sign conventions for Newton's laws of motion? Direction of motion taken as positive. So here P is going downward, so downward direction will be taken as positive. So downward is positive for FBD of P. Let's use Newton's second law, net force is equal to mass into acceleration. So net force will be with sign convention mg downward, but downward is positive for P. So positive mg positive minus tension is equal to mass into acceleration of p. Okay, so from here I can get equation for acceleration of p. Okay, now similarly we can draw FBD of Q. So in Q's FBD there will be weight of Q, which is small m into g. There will be tension along the thread away from the body. Now tension will be same because it is a light string. That means we can consider to be ideal string. Tension is same everywhere. String doesn't have its own mass. Tension will be same everywhere. Now when I'm drawing FBD of Q, there will be weight, tension. But for Q, sign convention is different. For Q, since Q is going upward, so upward forces will be positive. So in case of Q, upward forces will be positive, downward forces will be negative. So if I write down Newton's second law for Q, then upward T positive minus downward mg negative is equal to mass into acceleration of Q. Okay. So if I rearrange this, I'm getting acceleration of Q. So notice now we have acceleration of P, we have acceleration of Q, and we have relation between P and Q. We just have to substitute the values now. So let's do that. AQ will be replaced by acceleration of Q, that is T minus mg upon small m. Okay, this is AQ equal to thrice of AP, that is capital Mg minus T upon capital M. Okay, so simplify this. We have to solve for T. So let's just simply cross multiply first. So capital M into T, capital M into small m into G. So this capital M multiplied on the other side. Similarly, 3m capital Mg minus 3mt. So just open the bracket, multiply numerator on the other side, denominator on the other side, and now take all the t terms together. If I take all the t terms together on the left hand side, okay, let's write down here. We can take t common. So m will be remaining from this term and this will be shifted to the left hand side. So that will give you plus 3mg, plus 3m, not g, just plus 3m. So minus became plus, and this minus will be shifted to the other side, that will become plus. So here we already have 3m capital M G, and this will be minus, will become plus. So one more small m capital M G. That gives us 4 small m capital M G divided by this bracket as it is, capital M by 3m is equal to tension. So this is our final answer for tension in the string. Okay, so do we have option like this? Yes, option is A. Thank you. Hello. Water is boiling in a large vessel as shown in the figure. If another vessel containing water is dipped in the bigger vessel as shown, choose correct option for water in the smaller vessel. Okay, it will not boil, it will boil below 100 degrees Celsius, it will boil above 100 degrees Celsius, it will boil at 100 degrees Celsius. So here the bigger vessel water is already in the boiling condition. It is already boiling, and then you submerge the other container which has regular water. Now when water is in boiling condition, during this time when we are providing heat, that heat energy will not be used to increase the temperature, rather it will be used to convert the state from liquid to gas. So here when you insert this extra smaller container, it will receive heat from the rest of the water, but since the rest of the water is already in boiling condition, all the heat that will be received to the boiling water will be used for changing the state and not to increase the temperature. So the liquid in the smaller container will get the heat energy, but it will not be as much as that it will start boiling, because the other liquid is already in the boiling condition. So that liquid will be selfish, will use all that energy that it is receiving to boil itself, to convert the state. So the other liquid in the smaller container will receive some heat, but it will not boil. Okay, So correct answer here for this particular question is option A. Thank you. Hello. 10 moles of a diatomic perfect gas are allowed to expand at constant pressure. The initial volume and temperature are V0 and T0 respectively. If 7R T0 is transferred to the gas as heat, then the final volume and temperature are. Okay, so first of all, this is a diatomic gas. So this will give us a lot of information about the gas. In question, there is no hint, so I'm assuming it is diatomic rigid molecule. And for this diatomic rigid molecule, degree of freedom will be total 5, 3 translational and 2 rotational degree of freedom. So we can get Cp value that is equal to N, not N, that is equal to F plus 2 into R by 2. Right? F is degree of freedom, Cp is specific capacity at constant pressure, R is universal gas constant. Now for diatomic gas, degree of freedom are 10, sorry, number of moles are 10, degree of freedom is 5. So 5 plus 2, 7 into R by 2. So we have Cp value. Now we can use heat provided to this gas. Heat provided to the gas will be equal to Ncp delta T, because heat is provided at constant pressure. So I'm using specific capacity at constant pressure. So heat provided is given to you 7R T0. Number of moles given 10. Cp value given. Cp value is Cp value we calculated 7R by 2, and delta T is the only unknown here. Okay, so we can cancel this 7 and this will also be cancelled. R will also be cancelled. So we have delta T. What is change in temperature? That is T0 divided by 5. Okay. So now we have change in temperature. Now we can find out what is the final temperature. So final temperature will be initial temperature, which is T0, plus the increment is T0 by 5. So this will be 6 T0 by 5. So we have the final temperature. So that is one of the answer. This will be 1.2, 6 by 5 T0, and temperature is 1.2. T0 is in only one option, that is option C. And if we suppose had to solve for pressure, suppose options were more challenging and we had to solve for pressure as well, volume as well, then it is isobaric condition, pressure is constant. So if I take reference of ideal gas equation and write PV equal to nRT, so here volume proportional to temperature. So whatever change in temperature is happening, same change will happen in volume. So temperature is becoming 1.2 times. So volume will also become 1.2 times initial volume. So if we had to solve for volume, this is how we will tackle it. By this logic, we can also eliminate few options here, because we are providing heat energy. So temperature will increase. So in option B, temperature is decreasing 0.9 times T0. So it is decrement in the temperature. That is wrong. Here temperature is increasing, but when temperature is increasing, volume is decreasing 0.9 times V0. So it is V0 multiplied by a number less than 1. So this is decrement in V0, decrement in the volume. But as we know, pressure is constant. So when temperature is increasing, volume should also increase. So even this is wrong. So we have two options, and amongst them, what is the correct? For that we have to solve. Okay. So correct answer for this one is option C. Thank you. Hello. Electric potential at point P, R distance away due to a point charge Q at point A is V. Okay. So there is a point P at which the potential is being measured due to a charge Q which is placed at point A. Charges R distance away and potential is V over there. If thrice of this charge is distributed uniformly on the surface of a hollow sphere whose radius is 8r with its center at point A, so where earlier charge Q was placed at point A, now instead of that we have a center of the sphere, radius of the sphere is 8r, potential at point P now is. So initially let's say this is point A at which the charge Q is placed, and from this point at point P we are measuring potential. So potential at this point P, initial case, is called as V. And what is potential at the potential due to a point charge at distance r? Formula for potential due to point charge is K Q upon R, where K is Coulomb's constant, 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught. Q is charge and R is the distance of the point from the point charge. Now the question says, what if keeping A as the center, if we draw if you place a sphere, okay, and on the surface of the sphere uniformly distribute the charge, and that charge is thrice the charge at point A. Now radius of this sphere is given as 8 times r. Okay, so diagram is not true scale. And now at the same point P, so let me draw that point P somewhere here. At the same point P, which is at the same distance, that distance remains r. What is the new potential at the same point P? Now earlier P was a point which is at a distance r from a point charge. Now P is a point which is inside the sphere, inside a hollow sphere, at a distance r from the center of the sphere. Radius of the sphere is 8r. Point P is at a distance r, so it is inside the sphere. That is the main point. Now if a point is inside a hollow sphere, potential is as much as on its surface. If the point is anywhere inside a hollow sphere, then potential at any point inside the sphere is as much as potential on the surface of the sphere. The entire volume of hollow sphere is equipotential volume. So everywhere potential will be same as much as on the surface. So potential at point P, new potential at point P, is equal to potential on the surface of a sphere is formula is same, K into Q upon radius of the sphere. So K into charge, that is 3 times Q, divided by radius of the sphere, that is 8 times R. Okay. Now here we can separate 3 and 8, write KQ by small r together. Now KQ by small r is your original potential due to just single point charge Q. So writing that as V, so 3V by 8, it's the new potential at point P. Okay, so correct answer will be option D. Thank you. Hello. An LCR circuit contains resistance of 110 ohm and supply of 220 volt at 300 radians per second angular frequency. If only capacitor is removed from the circuit, then current lags behind the voltage by 45 degree. If, on the other hand, only inductor is removed from the circuit, then current leads by 45 degree with respect to the applied voltage. And in this circuit, we have to calculate RMS value of the current. Okay, so LCR circuit, we will start with phasor diagram, and we are given with certain conditions. So let's say this is x-axis and this is y-axis. This is voltage across resistor. Current will also be in the same phase. Okay, for LCR circuit, current and voltage across resistance are always in the same phase. Now question says that if you remove capacitor, capacitance in this is capacitor, if you remove capacitor, then voltage or current lags by 45 degree. So if the current lags by 45 degree, that means in other words we can say net voltage is leading by 45 degree. So net voltage will be 45 degree ahead. That means net voltage will be here. This will be net voltage. And if that is the net voltage, then this is a case where we are removing the capacitor. So only inductor is there. So voltage across inductor will be here. In a regular LCR circuit, voltage across inductor always leads the current by pi by 2. So with respect to current, voltage across inductor will be pi by 2 ahead. Now, as per the question's information, when you remove inductor, only when you remove capacitor, only inductor is there, then voltage leads by 45 degrees. So this angle has to be 45 degree. Angle between phasor of voltage and phasor of current. Okay, this is first case. Clear? You remove inductor, remove capacitor, inductor is there, and inductor and voltage across resistance, net voltage is at 45 degree angle with the current. Voltage is leading the current by 45 degree. Now in the second case, what is happening in the second case? In the same circuit, instead of removing capacitor, if you remove inductor, then only capacitor will be there. So in that case, let me say this is voltage across capacitor. In a regular LCR circuit, voltage across capacitor will lag by 90 degree with respect to current. So this is voltage across capacitor. When you remove inductor, in that case, you have only VR and VC, voltage across resistor and voltage across capacitor. Now if you calculate the net voltage phasor, so net voltage phasor will be obtained like this. This is going to be the net voltage phasor diagram. Now in the second case as well, the net voltage and the current has a phase difference of 45 degree, but now current is leading by 45 degree. You can see that this is clockwise 45 degree. Okay, so current is ahead and voltage is behind, again by 45 degree. Okay, this is when you remove inductor, only capacitor is there, resistor is there. Net voltage will be in the fourth quadrant and net voltage has phase difference of pi by 4 or 45 degree with respect to current. So first is to understand the phasor diagram, how we got the phasor diagram. Okay, take a moment, observe the diagram. And now let's solve for what is asked in the question. RMS current flowing in the circuit will be. So if you notice carefully the given, from the given description, whatever phasor diagram we have constructed, notice that voltage across inductor and voltage across capacitor, isn't it same? Your voltage across resistor is anyway common. If I go for tan of 45 degree, we can just observe the diagram, or you can go by hardcore geometry. Tan of 45 degree, opposite side VL upon adjacent side VR. In the lower triangle also, tan of 45 degree can be written as opposite side VC. Okay, this is going to be VC and this is VL. VC upon VR. So mathematically also we can easily prove that VL is equal to VC, and we can observe it from the diagram as well. Now VL equal to VC means it is a case of resonance. Exactly, it is a case of resonance. So if it is a case of resonance and then you want to find out RMS current, then RMS current will be equal to Vrms divided by impedance, but impedance will be equal to resistance because it's a case of resonance. In the case of resonance, impedance is equal to resistance, the purely resistive circuit now. So voltage value is given, that is 220, divided by resistance is 110. So RMS value of the current, IRMS, will be 2 ampere. So D will be correct answer here. Now if you're wondering, sir, how do we know this is RMS current? So voltage is given and just simply voltage is mentioned. So by default it will be in RMS format. If it was mentioned as peak value of the current voltage or maximum value of voltage, or voltage function was given, then it would have been a different case. But now just simply voltage is mentioned, so it is RMS value. So voltage RMS value divided by resistance will give you current RMS value 2 ampere. Okay, thank you. Hello. A hydrogen atom in an excited state emits a photon which is the longest wavelength of the Paschen series. Further emission due to the further transition, okay, so further emissions due to further transition from the atom cannot include longest wavelength of Lyman series, second longest wavelength of Lyman series, longest wavelength of Balmer series and second longest wavelength of Balmer series. So this is question based on hydrogen energy spectrum. Different series descriptions are given in the option. So let's first draw energy level diagram for hydrogen atom. So we'll start with ground state. Okay, this is ground state. Now this is n equal to 2. This is n equal to 3, n equal to 4, n equal to 5. Okay. So when we talk about electron which is making a transition which is equal to longest wavelength of Paschen series. Okay, so Lehman, Balmer, Paschen, bracket and Pfund series. So longest wavelength of Paschen series. So Paschen series means jump to n equal to 3. And longest wavelength, when we say longest wavelength of that series, that means wavelength is longest, so energy of that photon will be minimum. Energy and wavelength of the photon are inversely related. So delta E is equal to hc by lambda. So wavelength is longest, energy level gap is minimum. So minimum gap, that means the jump has to be from the closest higher orbit. Closest higher orbit for Paschen series is n equal to 4. Okay, so the jump that is mentioned in the question is this jump. Okay, so we have to identify from the given information that if the electron makes transition which is the longest wavelength of Paschen series, so what we have to conclude from that information is electron was in 4th orbit and got de-excited to, got transition happened to 3rd orbit. And now we have to comment on the subsequent transitions that are possible. So now there are multiple possibilities. One of the possibilities, electron will jump from 3 to 2. Other possibilities, electron then will jump from 2 to 1, or electron will jump from 3 to 1 directly. So multiple possibilities are there. This is orbit number 2, this is orbit number 1. Okay, and now this, for the sake of reference, Lehman, Balmer, Paschen. And now let's now study options. Longest wavelength of Lehman series. So in Lehman series, electron will jump from any higher orbit to n equal to 1. So these are the two Lehman series lines. Correct? Those are two Lehman series lines. Now for Lehman series lines, you can see this line. Let me name them as line A, or let's take some other names. Line X, line Y, line Z. Okay, so line X describes the jump for Lehman series but from the immediate next orbit. So here the energy level gap will be minimum. Energy level gap minimum, wavelength will be maximum. So this is longest wavelength of Lehman series. Okay, so longest wavelength of Lehman series is possible. We can see that in the energy level diagram. Now if you talk about Y, transition Y, when it will jump from n equal to 3 to n equal to 1, that is the second line in the Lehman series, because jump is again back to first orbit. Jump is from 3 to 1. So here energy level gap is not the shortest but second last. Not the smallest but slightly more than that. So energy will be slightly more, wavelength will be slightly shorter. Okay, it's inverse relation, energy more, wavelength will be slightly shorter. So this is the second longest wavelength. Second longest wavelength of Lehman series. Okay. Then Z. Let's talk about Z. What is Z? Z stands for jump from 3 to 2. So jump from 3 to 2. So it is jumping from 3 to 2. 2 is Balmer series. If it is jumping from any higher orbit to 2, it is Balmer series. And jump is from the immediate next orbit. Immediate next orbit. So again same thing. Energy gap minimum, wavelength maximum, longest wavelength. So longest wavelength of Balmer series is also visible. What is not visible is second longest wavelength of Balmer series. Okay, so second longest wavelength means the next line, second line. So second line for Balmer series, which is not there in the question, but for the purpose of learning, if I had to draw that second line of Balmer series, then that will be this line. When the jump is from n equal to 4 to n equal to 2. This will qualify as second longest wavelength of Balmer series. Okay, so correct answer is which one of the transition is not possible. So D is not possible. Thank you. Hello. In the network shown below, charge accumulated in the capacitor in steady state will be, and we are given with a network of resistors, capacitor and a battery, and options are in microcoulomb. So this is a RC charging circuit. There is a resistor, capacitor with a battery, RC charging circuit, but in a steady state. Steady state, that means charging process has been completed already. So when charging process has been completed, how much charge is stored on the capacitor? See, when the charging process will be going on, it is in the transit phase, then capacitor plates will accumulate charge and potential difference of the capacitor plates will increase. And when can we say charging process has been completed? When the potential difference across the capacitor plate and potential difference of point, let's say A and B, okay, whatever potential is applied across the branch of capacitor, whatever potential difference is there across the branch of capacitor and the potential difference of the capacitor plates will become equal, then the charging process will stop. So to calculate charge on the capacitor that will be finally stored, we have to find out potential difference across the capacitor plates, which will be potential difference of point A, B. Potential difference across point A, B. So to calculate that, let's see how the capacitor will behave when the charging process has been completed. So when the charging process has been completed, capacitor will behave like an open circuit. Capacitor will behave like an open circuit. So we can just simply remove capacitor and replace it by nothing. That's it. It will be an empty space. It will be as good as insulator. So now if you remove this capacitor from the circuit, that 6 ohm resistance will also be gone along with it. That entire branch will become redundant. So current will flow, but only through this part of the circuit, like this. So how much current will be flowing in the circuit? We can calculate that current. Current will be equal to potential difference of the battery is 3 divided by resistance of the remaining circuit will be 6 and 4 in series combination. Okay, this 6 and this 4 in series combination. So that will be 10. So we have current flowing in the circuit that will be 0.3 ampere. Now to calculate potential difference across point AB, we can use current into resistance. Resistance across point AB is 6 ohm. So current value is 0.3 into resistance 6. So this is 1.8 volt. This is potential difference across point AB. So we have potential difference as well. Now to calculate charge on the capacitor, Q is equal to C into VAB. So capacitance is 4 microfarad. Potential difference is 1.8. So this will be 7.2 microcoulomb. This is the charge stored on the capacitor. So the key idea here is to understand that charging process will be completed when potential difference of the branch in which the capacitor is connected and the potential of the source or potential of the parallel combination will be same. Okay, here the entire source is not connected to the capacitor. Capacitor is in one of the branch. So whatever the potential of the AB branch, when that becomes potential of the capacitor, then charging process will stop. Okay, so first we got the potential difference across AB, then Q equal to C into V, capacitance into potential difference. Capacitance was given in microfarad, so answer will also be in microcoulomb. Correct answer is option B. Thank you. Hello. In an experiment with vernier caliper of least count 0.1 millimeter, when two jaws are joined together, the zero of vernier scale lies right to the zero of the main scale, and sixth division of the vernier scale coincides with the main scale division. While measuring diameter of a spherical bob, zero of the vernier scale lies between 3.2 and 3.3 centimeter mark, and the fourth division of the vernier scale coincides with the main scale division. Fourth division of the, when the sphere is being measured, its diameter is being measured, then fourth division of the vernier scale coincides with the main scale division. Then diameter of the bob measured as. Okay, so first thing, the first part of the question tells you about the zero error. When there is nothing between the jaws and still the zero of the main scale is not aligning with the zero of the vernier scale, that means there is some zero error. So if this is the main scale, then zero of the vernier scale is not aligning with the zero of the main scale, something like this. Okay, so this is zero of the main scale and this is zero of the vernier scale. And then you study further, then first, second, third, fourth, fifth, some sixth line of the vernier scale is coinciding with the main scale. So this is our zero error reading. We can get zero error from this observation when there is nothing between the jaws and zero of the vernier scale lies on the right side of the zero of the main scale. That means there is positive zero error, and sixth division was coinciding. So 6 multiplied by least count, that is 0.1. So 0.6 millimeter positive zero error. Okay, so this is first of all the zero error part of the instrument. Now let's read the second part of the question, where you start the measurement. While measuring a diameter of spherical bob, zero of the vernier scale lies between 3.2 and 3.3 centimeters. So that means the zero of the vernier scale has crossed 3.2 centimeter mark on the main scale. So that is our main scale reading. That is our main scale reading, 3.2 centimeter. Okay, and now you read the vernier scale. First you read the main scale, then you read the vernier scale. Now when you observe vernier scale, where then the fourth division of the vernier scale coincides with the main scale. So the vernier scale division that is coinciding during the measurement is the fourth division. Okay, now we can calculate final reading. So reading of the vernier caliper will be main scale reading plus vernier scale division into least count minus zero error. Now main scale reading is 3.2 centimeter plus vernier scale division, which division was coinciding? Fourth division was coinciding, multiplied by least count. So least count is 0.1 millimeter. See, answers are in centimeter. Answers are in centimeter. So we will convert this millimeter into centimeter. So least count will become 0.1 into 10 raised to minus 1 centimeter. So 0.01 centimeter. So 0.01 centimeter, that is least count, minus the zero error. So zero error is also in millimeter. So we'll have to convert that also. So this will become 0.6 into 10 raised to minus 1 centimeter. So 0.06 centimeter. Okay. So further calculation I will continue here. So 3.2 and this is 0.04 and minus 0.06. So what we get is minus 0.02. So this subtraction will give you 3.18. This is the final reading, 3.18 centimeter. Okay, so correct answer is option B. So in this question, the main thing is recognizing that there is zero error even before you start measurement. When there is nothing between the jaws, still there is some reading. So that reading we have to manipulate at the end, we have to adjust at the end. That adjustment is basically zero error. So here 0 was on the right side of the main scale 0. So this is positive 0 error, which will be eventually subtracted. Okay. So thank you. Hello. Statement 1. A cyclist is moving on unbanked road with a speed of 7 km per hour and takes a sharp circular turn along the path of radius 2 meter without reducing the speed. The static friction coefficient is 0.2. Cyclist will not slip and pass the curve G value 9.8 meter per second square. This is statement number 1. Statement number 2. If the road is banked at an angle of 45 degrees, cyclist can cross the curve of 2 meter radius with a speed of 18.5 km per hour without slipping. In the light of above statements, choose the correct answer from the options given below. So which one of them is correct, incorrect, false, true? We have to figure it out. Both correct, both incorrect, etc. So let's start with the part 1 where cyclist is moving on an unbanked road. So velocity on the unbanked road, maximum velocity on the unbanked road is under root of mu r g. Mu is coefficient of static friction, r is radius of the turn, g is acceleration due to gravity. Now we can put values in these terms. Mu value 0.2, radius value is 2 meter and g value 9.8. Okay, so we can adjust decimal here. So I will take 10 raised to minus 2 aside and 2 aside. So 10 raised to minus 2 because 9.8 will become 98 and 0.2 will become 2. So 2 into 98 becomes a perfect square 196. So this is done to generate maximum perfect squares. So notice whenever there is a square root, we will try to adjust maximum perfect squares. So that's why 10 raised to minus 2 is also adjusted. 10 raised to minus 2 can be taken as square root easily. 10 power even number has to be there. So square root will be easy. And square root of 2 is a standard number. So we can solve for maximum safe speed. This will be root 2 value 1.414. 96 will be 14. 196 will be 14 and 10 raised to minus 1. Okay, so this will give us answer for maximum speed as 197 meter per second. This is the maximum safe speed. But now let's calculate the velocity of the cyclist, which is 7 km per hour. Now 7 km per hour, but it is in kilometer per hour. So to convert it into meter per second, we have to multiply by 5 by 18. Now this calculation gives us 35 upon 18. Okay, double calculation, you can manage that. Answer will be 1.94 meter per second. So now you can notice what is the velocity of cyclist. It is 1.94 meter per second. But what is the safe speed? It is 1.96. So since the velocity of the cyclist is less than maximum speed, this turn can be possible. This statement number 1 is a true statement. Okay, turn will be executed without slip. Now this is statement number 1. Now let's similarly solve statement number 2. In statement number 2, what is given? This is a banked road. So now we will use maximum safe speed formula, but for the banked road. So maximum safe speed for a banked road is under root of rg bracket mu plus tan theta upon 1 minus mu into tan theta. This is maximum safe speed on a banked road. So now let's put all the values that we know. So radius value 2, g value 9.8, then mu coefficient of static friction, that is 0.2, and theta in the formula stands for angle of banking. So here banking angle is 45 degree. So tan 45 1 upon 1 minus 0.2 into tan 45 1. Okay, so let's simplify this. We have 2 into 98 with that can be written as 196. So after adjusting decimal, 19.6 into 1.2, 0.2 plus 1, and in the denominator 1 minus 0.2, that gives us 0.8. Okay, so now here we have to do approximate calculation. Here we can do approximate calculation, and for that I will first adjust the decimals. So after adjusting decimal, what I'm getting is under root of 196 into 12 upon 80. Okay, this is my approximate calculation. So 80 and 196. So there are various ways in which we can do approximation now. If I consider approximately 200 in the numerator, see what I'm getting? Instead of 196, if I consider 200 in the numerator, so 200 into 12 upon 80. Okay, so this will give me perfect division. 0 0 cancel, we can divide by 4, so that will be 5 into 12 by 2, we can divide by 4, and this is also perfect division, 6. So approximately root of 35. Okay, so root of 35, root of 35, root of 36, that is giving us approximately 6 meter per second. But this is a very ballpark figure. Remember, this is approximately the maximum safe speed. Now, what is the speed with which the cyclist is traveling? That speed we can calculate. Maximum safe speed for the cyclist, or maximum safe speed for the cyclist is 6 meter per second in this case. Now, what is the speed with which cyclist is actually going? That value will be 18.5, 18.5, but that is in kilometer per hour. We have to convert this also. So velocity of the cyclist in the second case will be equal to 18.5 into 5 by 18. Okay, so here also I can do an approximate calculation. If I'm considering this as 18, okay, if I consider this as an 18, so this is 1 approximately, so 5. Okay, so are you noticing this? That even though I'm doing approximation, still the numbers are far ahead. Velocity maximum safe speed is 6, and here the velocity with which the cyclist is going is 5. So even if I consider the approximate values that I've considered, maximum safe speed is more than the velocity of the cyclist. So even this is possible. Okay, so both statements are correct. So B correct answer. Thank you. Hello. An electric bulb rated 500 watt, 100 volt, is used in a circuit having 200 volt supply, and the resistance R that must be put in series with the bulb so that the bulb glows with the maximum intensity without being burnt out. So here we have a bulb which is, let's say this is the bulb which we need to put in series combination with another resistor so that we can use a battery of 200 volt. See, rating of the bulb is given. That means this bulb can handle maximum of 200 volt, and when the when the potential difference is 100 volt, then the corresponding power will be 500 watt. Okay, so in such a bulb, if you want to use this bulb with a 200 volt battery, see, you can directly connect it. If you directly connect this battery with the bulb, then bulb will fuse. Reason, battery is of voltage 200 and bulb can handle only up to 100. So we have to make sure that bulb receives only up to 100 volt, and we want it to receive perfectly 100 volt only because we want the maximum intensity. So we will give the maximum voltage that bulb can handle, that is 100 volt. So if this bulb has to have 100 volt potential, so anything in series combination will get the remaining voltage. So remaining voltage will be 200 minus 100, that is 100 volt. Okay, so whatever resistor we will put in series combination will get potential of 100 volt. Okay, now what is the current that this bulb can handle? Okay, the maximum voltage is 100 volt. What is the maximum current it can handle? Because we have the power also, and we want to make sure that it will run at that maximum power. Maximum intensity means it will be at its maximum power. So we know that power of the bulb is equal to V into I. Power is 500 and corresponding voltage is 100. So the maximum current that we can pass is 5 ampere. So we want 5 ampere current to pass through the bulb, then it will be at its maximum intensity. So if we want current to be 5 ampere through the bulb, then the same current will pass through resistor as well. Okay, so now if I study only for the resistor, if I apply Ohm's law only for the resistor, then for the resistor potential difference is 100 volt equal to current 5 ampere into resistance R. So R will be equal to 20 ohm. Okay, so the resistance value that has to be added in series is 20 ohm. Then bulb will not fuse and it will be at its maximum intensity as well. Maximum power will be dissipated. So correct option is B. Thank you. Hello. A nucleus of nuclear density rho disintegrates into two daughter nuclei with masses in the ratio of 8:27. Corresponding ratio of radii of daughter fragments is. Okay, so now radius of nucleus, we know that radius of the nucleus is proportional to cube root of mass number. So we can convert this into ratio. R1 by R2 will be equal to A1 by A2 raised to 1 by 3. So A1 by A2, ratio of the mass number is, or ratio of the masses is given to you 8 by 27. So 8 by 27 raised to 1 by 3. So 8 by 27 cube root will be cube root of 8, 2, and 27 cube root will be 3. So this is ratio of radii. R1 is to R2. 2 by 3. Okay, so correct option is option B. Thank you. Hello. A planet has double the mass of Earth and its average density is equal to that of Earth. Okay, so there's a planet whose mass is double the mass of Earth, but density is same, equal to that of Earth. An object weighing W on the Earth's surface will weigh how much on this planet's surface is what we have to solve for. Now, we know acceleration due to gravity formula on surface of planet, acceleration due to gravity on the surface of planet is equal to 4 by 3 pi rho g r. So 4 by 3 pi constant, rho density of the planet, g universal gravitational constant capital G, r is radius of the planet, and g is acceleration due to gravity on the surface. Okay, now you can notice that the other planet that is being talked about, that planet has same density, but mass is different, so radius will be different. So what we can say here, everything else is constant. G is proportional to radius. So if I can write down this, G on that planet divided by G on Earth is equal to radius of that planet upon radius of Earth. Okay, now if I multiply this by mass and divide this by mass, what I'm getting? Mass into acceleration due to gravity. So that becomes weight on the planet. Mass into acceleration due to gravity on Earth, that will become weight on Earth, is equal to, now this ratio we have to figure out. Now for this we can use the fact that density is constant and mass is getting doubled. So mass can be written as density into volume. Volume for planet can be 4 by 3 pi r cube. So mass is directly proportional to radius cube. So m2 by m1 is equal to r2 by r1. Or should I use Earth and planet? Let's use that nomenclature. So for the planet, MP, for Earth, ME. Similarly, R P and RE, the whole cube. Now in the question it is mentioned that the mass of that planet is double the mass of Earth. So in the numerator, mass of planet is written as double the mass of Earth upon mass of Earth is equal to Rp by Re, the whole cube. So this and this cancelled. Now we can take cube root on both sides. If I do cube root on both sides, then Rp by Re is equal to cube root of 2. Now this value of Rp by Re we can replace over here. Okay, so if I do that, then this will be cube root of 2, which can be also written as 2 raised to 1 by 3. So weight on that planet will be 2 raised to 1 by 3 times W. Okay, so here in this question the main thing is density of the planet remains constant, mass is increasing, radius will increase. So we first went with the formula for acceleration due to gravity on the surface of the planet, which is in terms of density. There is one more formula, gm by r square. Okay, but instead of solving for that, I'm using this formula because here only one thing is variable. Density is same, g is same, capital G is same, 4 by 3 pi same. Only radius is changing. So g proportional to r, convert that into ratio, multiply, divide by mass. We got weight of the planet, weight on the planet divided by weight on the earth, W, is equal to Rp by Re, this equation. Now once we have Rp by Re, that is ratio of the radii of planet to that of earth. So to get that, we will use the fact that density is constant. So mass written as density into volume. So mass will be proportional to R cube. Volume formula will be 4 by 3 pi r cube. So proportional to R cube. Convert this into ratio. Mass of the planet is double the mass of earth. Take cube root on both sides and we have this ratio. So you can put that and then rearrange the term. Final answer is ready. Okay, so correct option will be option D. Thank you. Hello. In a Young's double slit experiment, width of one of the slit is 3 times the other slit. Okay, width of one of the slit is 3 times the other slit, and amplitude of the light coming from the slit is proportional to slit width. This is given in the question itself. Amplitude of the light coming through the slit is proportional to slit width. So amplitude is proportional to slit width. Find the ratio of maximum to minimum intensity in the interference pattern. Find ratio of maximum to minimum intensity in interference pattern. Okay, so this is a question of YDSE. In usual setup, both slits are identical, but here the slits are not identical. Slit width of first is thrice that of other. And in the question itself, it is mentioned that the amplitude is proportional to slit width. So if the slit width is triple, amplitude will also be triple. So A2 will be 3 times, A1 will be 3 times A2. Now we have to solve for ratio of maximum to minimum intensity on the interference pattern. So maximum intensity is proportional to A1 plus A2 the whole square, and minimum intensity is proportional to A1 minus A2 the whole square. So if I take the ratio, there will be some constant of proportionality. For maximum intensity, it will be addition of amplitude square, and for minimum intensity, it will be subtraction of amplitude square. We know that intensity is proportional to square of the amplitude. For maximum intensity, amplitude will be added, constructive interference. For a minimum intensity, amplitude will be subtracted, destructive interference. So the constant of proportionality will get cancelled. Okay, and now we can just put the value of amplitude. A1 can be written as thrice A2 plus A2. Okay, just putting A1 value as thrice A2. Then again A1 value as thrice A2 minus A2 whole square. So what do we get here? In the numerator it is 4A2. In the denominator it is 2A2. square. So this is perfect division. 2 square will be 4. 4 is to 1. So correct answer is option A. Thank you. Hello. A solid sphere of radius capital R is charged uniformly throughout the volume. At what distance from its center is the electric potential is 5 by 6 times the value on the center, potential at the center of the same sphere. So it's a sphere. So let's say this is the spherical object, which is solid sphere charged uniformly throughout the volume like this. Radius of this sphere is given to you, capital R. Let's say Q is the total charge, and potential at the center. To get the potential at the center, I will write down formula for potential inside the sphere. For a solid sphere, potential anywhere inside the sphere will be obtained by the formula KQ into 32 upon 23. 32 upon 23 minus 2. So 32 means 3r raised to 2 upon 23 means 2r raised to 3 minus r raised to 2. So 32 upon 23 minus 2. Now this is formula for potential inside the sphere. Now when I'm solving for perfectly center of the sphere, so for center, what we will do, we will put r value equal to 0. Small r is in this formula. Small r stands for distance of the point where we are measuring the potential inside the sphere from the center of the sphere. K is Coulomb's constant, 1 upon 4 pi epsilon naught. Q is the total charge. Capital R is the radius of the sphere. Now we can put small r equal to 0. If I put small r equal to 0, then we have K, Q, 3r square upon 2r cube. So we can take care of r square. So remaining is 3kq upon 2r. This is your potential at point at the center of the sphere. Okay. Now there is a point where potential is 5 by 6 times this value. Okay. So let's say that point is P. I'm assuming that point is an inside point. Okay. So suppose if the point is somewhere here, P is that point and distance of that point P is R. So as per the question's data, potential at point P is 5 by 6 times the potential at the center. So here 5 by 6. Potential at any point P, I will use this formula first, and that will be equal to KQ 3r square minus small r square divided by 2r cube equal to 5 by 6 times the value at the center. Value of the center we have already calculated, 3kq upon 2r. Okay, now we have to just simplify this. So k will get cancelled, q will get cancelled from both the sides, r cancel, r square will be remaining. Then we can cancel 2 and 2 as well. This 3 and this 6 cancel, remaining will be 2. Now simplify this. So this remaining 2 will be multiplied on the other side. So 6r square minus 2r square equal to, this is 5. R square will be remaining from this side, that will be multiplied. So 5 into r square. Now rearrange this. So this will be shifted. This will become 4, not 4, 6 minus 5. So 1r square, capital R square, and this minus 2r will become plus 2r square. Now take root on both sides. So r will be equal to capital R divided by square root of 2. So 2 will go in the denominator and then take square root. So this is the value of r at which potential will be 5 by 6th the value on the center. Okay, so answer for r is capital R by root 2. So correct option is option D. Thank you. Hello. 1 kg of diatomic gas is at pressure of 16 × 10⁴ Newton per meter square. Density of the gas is given, that is 4 kg per meter cube. what is the energy of gas due to its thermal motion. So we know energy due to thermal motion means kinetic energy. So from law of equipartition of energy, we know that average kinetic energy per molecule, this is kinetic energy per molecule, that is equal to F into half kBT. Okay, so this is from law of equipartition of energy. Kinetic energy per molecule is F into half kBT. Half is F is degree of freedom, kB is Boltzmann constant, R upon Na, and T is temperature in Kelvin. So this is for per molecule. Now we are solving for whatever number of molecules are there. So if I multiply by total number of molecules on both sides, that will give me the energy that is there in given number of molecules, whatever number of molecules are. So if I'm multiplying by number of molecules, total number of molecules which are there on both sides. So on one side I will get total kinetic energy, and here I'm multiplying by N. Let me make one more change. That is going to substitute, I'm going to substitute kB value. kB is Boltzmann constant, which is R upon Na, where R is universal gas constant, Na is Avogadro number. Now notice N is total number of molecules upon Na, Avogadro number. So Na, N upon Na, that is N upon Na is number of moles. So F into half N, number of moles, R into T. So we have nRT here, but temperature is not given. Instead of that, pressure is given, density is given, mass is given. So we can write PV equal to nRT. We can write PV equal to nRT. So nRT replaced as P into V, where volume is also not available, but pressure is available. So mass is available. So we can use a very simple formula. Mass upon volume is equal to density. So volume will be replaced as mass upon density. So replacing volume as mass upon density. Okay, now we just have to put the values here. So degree of freedom for a diatomic gas, assuming it to be rigid, there will be 3 translational and 2 rotational, total 5 degree of freedom, into pressure 16 into 10 raised to 4, 16 into 10 raised to 4, and mass is 1 kg divided by 2, and density value is 4. So this is 8 and 16 cancel, this will be 2. So what do we have? 5 into 2, 10, and 10 into power of 10 remains as it is, 4. So 10 into 10 raised to 4. So correct answer is option A. Thank you. Hello. A swimmer can swim with a velocity of 12 km per hour in still water. Water flowing in a river has velocity of 6 km per hour. The direction with respect to the direction of flow of river water, he should swim in order to reach the point on the other bank just opposite to his starting point is. So what is the angle? Angle should be measured in degrees. With what angle swimmer has to swim so that swimmer will cross the river and will reach the exactly opposite side on the other river bank. So if we visualize this from the top view, these are the river banks and river velocity is towards right side, which is given to you in the question as 6. Now swimmer, if swims perpendicular to river bank, suppose swimmer swims perpendicular to river bank, what will happen? River velocity will add up, river will push the swimmer, and eventually swimmer will get drifted and will not reach the exactly opposite point. Okay, so this is not the right condition. Swimmer should not swim perpendicular. So how should the swimmer swim? So the correct is swimmer has to swim at an angle upstream. So if the river is going towards right side, swimmer has to swim towards left side so that the river velocity will add up river velocity will add up, and the net velocity of the swimming will become perpendicular to the river bank. So this is the net velocity of the swimmer. For somebody who is on the ground, that observer will notice this velocity, so that swimmer will reach the exact opposite end. Okay, so this is the swimming speed. Okay, and that will be also swimmer speed with respect to river, and that speed is 12. That is the swimming speed 12. If it was still water like a lake, then this swimmer will reach this point. But because of the river, his efforts on top of that river will give you the resultant velocity, and that should be perpendicular. In such way, swimmer has to swim. So velocity of the river is 6, velocity of the swimming is 12. Now we can get this angle very easily, theta, by using the right angle triangle, considering sine theta, which is opposite side 6 upon hypotenuse 12, that is half. So sine theta is equal to half. That means theta is equal to 30 degree. But that is not the final answer. Wait, that is not the final answer. This angle in the diagram is theta, that is 30 degree. What we need to find out is angle between direction of swimming with respect to direction of flow of river. So river flow is towards right hand side. So if I redraw that vector here, then river flow velocity will be directed like this. This is velocity of the river. So now the two vectors have their tails together. At this point, you can see tails of both the vectors are together. Now I can measure the angle between them, which is going to be this entire angle, and that angle is going to be theta plus 90 degree. Okay, theta plus 90 degree. So total angle will be 90 plus 30. Okay, so 120 degree is the final answer. Okay, so main thing is to understand that we want angle with the flow of river. So river flow velocity towards right side, and to get angle between two vectors, their tails should match with each other. Then we can measure the angle between them. Okay, so correct answer is 120 degree. Thank you. Hello. A closed organ pipe of length L and open organ pipe contains gases of densities ρ1 and ρ2 respectively. The compressibility of gases are equal in both the pipes. Both pipes are vibrating in their first overtone with the same frequency. Length of the open pipe is x by 3L root of ρ1 by ρ2, where x is equal to round off to the nearest integer. So the key idea here is both pipes have different gases. So if the gases are different, then velocity of the sound in both the medium will be different. Now we know the formula for velocity of sound in gaseous medium will be bulk modulus upon density. Now here both of them have, both the gases in both the containers, both the pipes have same compressibility. Compressibility is reciprocal of bulk modulus. So compressibility is equal, that means bulk modulus is same. So we can convert this into ratio as velocity of sound in closed pipe divided by velocity of sound in open pipe. You can see this is inversely proportional to density, root of density. So this will be square root of density in open pipe divided by density in closed pipe. Now density in open pipe is called as ρ2. Density in the open pipe is called as ρ2. And density in the closed pipe is ρ1. So we have velocity ratio, velocity of sound in closed and open pipe. Okay. Now we can use the next part of the question, that both the pipes are vibrating in their respective first overtone and they have same frequency. So first overtone of open pipe is equal to first overtone of closed pipe as per the question's data. So first overtone of open pipe has all the harmonics. So first overtone is second harmonic. Second harmonic means it is 2 times fundamental frequency of open pipe. Similarly, on the closed pipe side, first overtone is third harmonic. Xth overtone is 2x plus 1th harmonic, double plus 1. In closed pipe, only odd harmonics are present, even harmonics are absent. So the relation between overtone and harmonic is different than the open pipe. So xth overtone is 2x plus 1th harmonic. So first overtone is 2 into 1, 2 plus 1, third harmonic. So 3 times fundamental frequency of closed pipe. So fundamental frequency of open pipe is velocity of sound in the open pipe divided by 2 into length of open pipe. This is a standard formula. And fundamental frequency in closed pipe is velocity of sound in the closed pipe divided by 4 into length of closed pipe. Okay, so we can cancel 2. We can arrange whatever information is given, we can substitute. So velocity 4 into length of closed pipe upon length of open pipe equal to 3 into Vc by Vo. Now we can put Vc by Vo value, which we have already solved here. And length values are also mentioned. Let's put those values as well. So length of the closed pipe is just a minute. First is closed pipe frequency is rho 1. Okay, cool. So length of closed pipe is L divided by length of open pipe is also mentioned at the end, that is x by 3 L root of rho 1 by rho 2. Okay, equal to 3 into Vc by Vo. Vc by Vo is again root of rho 2 by rho 1. Okay, Vc by Vo is root of rho 2 by rho 1. So we just put this value here in this step. Now we can simplify this. So L and L cancel, then this will move up 3 into 4 upon x. This bracket will move up. It will become a root of rho 2 by rho 1 equal to 3 into rho 2 by rho 1. Okay, so this will be cancelled, 3 will be cancelled, and answer for x will be equal to 4. Okay, so first, by giving us the information of compressibility and density of sound, we can get density of gas, we can get velocity of sound in those respective pipes, and then using the condition that velocity, a first overtone of open pipe is matching with the first overtone of closed pipe. So using the respective conversion from open overtone to harmonic, then putting fundamental frequency formula for open pipe, closed pipe, then substituting ratio of velocities and length values which are given in the question. Then simplify, many things will get cancelled, x will be equal to 4. Thank you. Hello. A solid disc of radius a, mass m, rolls down without slipping on an inclined plane, making angle theta with the horizontal. Acceleration of the disc will be 2 by b g sine theta, where b is equal to, round off to the nearest integer, g is acceleration due to gravity, theta is angle as shown in the figure. So in this case, it is acceleration of a disc down an inclined plane and it is without slipping, that means pure rolling. So in this case, we have acceleration formula which is g sine theta upon 1 plus k square by r square, where k square by r square will be constant for a particular shape. So k is radius of gyration, r is radius of the shape, radius of the object, g is acceleration due to gravity, a is acceleration, and theta is angle of the inclined plane. Now for disc which is rolling down the plane, k square by r square value is going to be half. When disk will roll, it will roll about its natural axis passing through center perpendicular to the plane. So about that axis, if you calculate k value and then r value, say standard k square by r square will be fixed. You should remember it. For disk or solid sphere, solid cylinder, it will be half. For ring or hollow cylinder, it will be 1. And then for solid sphere, it will be 2 by 5. And for hollow, it will be 2 by 3. Okay, so these are standard values you should remember and will be useful in every rolling motion formula. All the formulas of rolling motion, some or the other way, will need k square by r square or r square by k square. So for disk, it will be half. So g sine theta upon 1 plus half. So that will be 3 by 2. In the numerator, it will become 2 by 3 g sine theta. Now if you compare this, okay, with the given equation, then we can say b value is equal to 2. Thank you. Hello. Deviation of 2 degrees produced in the yellow ray when prism of crown and flint glass are achromatically combined. Taking dispersive power of crown and flint glass are 0.02 and 0.03 respectively. Refractive index of for yellow light for these two glasses are 1.5 and 1.6 respectively. Refracting angle for crown glass prism will be in degrees. Okay, round off to the nearest integer. So we are given with achromatic combination. First of all, that is the keyword of the question, achromatic combination. So achromatic combination means we are combining two prisms in a such a way that you are getting deviation at the end but no dispersion. So deviation is there, and how much deviation is there, that is also given in the question, 2 degree. But dispersion is not there. If dispersion is not there, that means we can say that angular dispersion of first prism has been successfully cancelled by angular dispersions of the second prism. Okay, so theta 1 is angular dispersion of the first prism is equal to theta 2 angular dispersion of the second prism. They are balanced. So angular dispersion formula is A into mu v minus mu r. That is one of the formula. Angular dispersion, one of the formula is A, that is angle of prism, mu v minus mu r. But this one is not suitable for the current question because we don't know mu v value, mu r value. So instead of this, we can use dispersive power formula. So dispersive power by definition is angular dispersion divided by deviation of yellow color. This we can use to get theta as omega into delta y. So let me use this. Omega 1 into delta y1 equal to omega 2 into delta y2. So omega 1 is dispersive power of first prism. So that value is 0.02 and delta 1 is unknown, equal to omega 2 dispersive power of the second prism, which is flint glass prism, that is 0.03 into delta y2. Let me write down just delta 1 and delta 2. Now you know that it is for yellow color. Now if I simplify this, I'm getting 2 delta y or delta 1 is equal to 3 delta 2. This is one of the equation. Now we can use the given fact that the total deviation that we get here, total deviation that we get is 2 degrees. So to use this, what is the net deviation here? Net deviation will be delta 1 minus delta 2. Or if you just notice this, from this we can figure out that delta 1, if I just rearrange this equation, then delta 1 by delta 2 is equal to 3 divided by 2. So this gives you that delta 1 will be bigger in magnitude. So we can write down delta 1 minus delta 2 is equal to 2 degree. Okay, net deviation is 2 degree. Now deviation is measured by which color? Dispersion is measured by angular dispersion, theta. And deviation will be measured by yellow color. Yellow color is the mean color, average color. So deviation will be measured by yellow color. So delta 1 and delta 2 are basically deviation in yellow color by first prism and by second prism. Difference between them will give you the net deviation, which is 2 degree. Now we can write down this as equation number 2. So now you can notice that this is one of the equation in terms of delta 1 and delta 2. This is another equation in terms of delta 1 and delta 2. We can simplify them. Okay, so let's calculate delta 1. Because if I have delta 1 value, see delta 1 value will be equal to A mu y minus 1. So if I get delta 1, that is deviation in yellow color by first prism, then I need to calculate angle of the first prism. First prism is made up of crown glass. So we need to find out crown glass prism's angle. So A is what we have to calculate. Mu for yellow color is given in the question. For crown glass, mu for yellow color is 1.5 minus 1. Okay, so we just have to put the value of A multiplied by 0.5. That is our answer. So to get A value, to get delta 1 value, what we can do, we can simplify these two equations. Delta 2 substitution will be delta 1. Okay, let me simplify this up here. So delta 1 as it is, and delta 2 will be replaced by 2 into delta 1 by 3. 2 into delta 1 divided by 3 is equal to 2 degree. Okay, so from this equation I'm making substitution for delta 2. Delta 2 is 2 into delta 1 by 3. That I'm putting in this equation. Okay, so continuing the calculation here, this will be 3 delta 1 minus 2 delta 1 equal to 6. So this is giving me answer for delta 1 as 6 degree. So delta 1 is available now. Come back here. Delta 1 is 6 degree. 6 degree. So upon calculation, A value will be 0.5 means half. Half will be shifted to the other side, will become 6 into 2, 12. So correct answer for this question is 12 degree. Okay. Thank you. Hello. Reading of the bulb shown is 4.5 watt and 1.5 volt. EMF in volts of the cell needed to make the bulb glow at full intensity is 27 by K. What is the value of K? So we can see in the circuit diagram, there is a bulb whose power is 4.5 watt when the voltage is 1.5 volt. There is 1 ohm resistor in parallel combination and then eventually connected to a cell whose EMF we have to find out, and internal resistance is 2.67 ohm. Now here first important thing is we want the bulb to glow at the full intensity. So full intensity means we want the bulb to have power of 4.5 watt. And this power will be dissipated. This power will be used if it is running at 1.5 volt. So we know how much voltage is needed across the bulb. We need 1.5 volt across the bulb, and same voltage will be with 1 ohm resistor because they are in parallel combination. So let's first calculate what is going to be the current that will pass through the bulb when it is running at its full intensity. So we can calculate current by using power formula. Power is equal to V into I. Okay, power is equal to V into I. V value, power is 1.5. Power is 1.5 watt. V value is power is 4.5. V value is 1.5. So the current value is 3 ampere. Okay, we can call this current I1 that is flowing through the bulb. Now same potential difference will be across 1 ohm resistor as well because they are in parallel combination. So we can calculate how much current is passing through 1 ohm. So for that current I2, again I'm going to use Ohm's law. Potential difference will be same, 1.5 divided by resistance 1. So this is 1.5 ampere. So we know how much current is passing through 1 ohm as well. So here I can add total current and I will get total current supplied by the battery will be equal to I1 plus I2. Correct? So I1 plus I2, that will be 3 plus 1.5, that is 4.5 ampere. This much current is supplied by the battery. Okay. Now we have to find out EMF. We know how much current is supplied by the battery. We know what is potential difference across these 2 points if I call them point A and point B. Okay. Now what I can write here is EMF equal to that external voltage, that is the voltage across point AB, plus voltage consumed by its internal resistance I into R. Correct? Voltage across AB, that is the external voltage, terminal voltage, plus potential consumed by its own resistance, that total will give you the total EMF E. So here we can calculate potential difference across AB point. We know that is 1.5 volt. Okay, that is the requirement for current to glow at its full intensity, bulb to glow at its full intensity, that is 1.5 volt, plus current is 4.5 ampere total current supplied by the battery. That current will pass through the internal resistance as well, and resistance is 2.67. Now here we have to be little smart about the number 2.67. You can just, with experience, you can notice 2.67 can be written as 2 plus 2 by 3. 2 by 3 will be 0.6666, recurring number, that is 0.67. So if I cross multiply this, I'm getting 8 by 3. So internal resistance will be 8 by 3. This will be easy for calculation because then we can cancel. Oh, wait. This is slightly out. I hope it is visible to you now. Okay, what I've done here, 2.67 written as 2 plus 0.67 is 2 by 3. Okay, and then cross multiply 8 by 3. 8 by 3. So here 4.5 and 3, this is 1.5. So you can take 1.5 outside, and this will be 9 plus 1, or sorry, 1 plus 8, 9. And that EMF is in the question, it is mentioned as 27 by K. So to write this, we can write in terms of, this is 27 by K, this is 3 divided by 2 into 9. So that is how we get 27 by 2. Okay, so K value will be 2. Clear? That's all. Thank you.
Hi everyone. In this question, we are given 4 derivatives of phenol. And the question is, which one of these 4 derivatives will react with phthalic anhydride in acidic medium, concentrated H2SO4, and the compound will give pink color in alkaline medium, that is on treatment with NaOH. So the reaction of phthalic anhydride, which is an anhydride of phthalic acid, with phenol derivative is an example of electrophilic substitution reaction. So this reaction is basically an example of electrophilic substitution reaction, and because of the ortho and para-directing nature of OH group, the reaction occurs at ortho and para position. But because the phthalic anhydride is bulky, the reaction will mainly occur at para position. So we have to see that in which of these 4 compounds the position which is para with respect to OH is available. Definitely not in the first option, because we can see that both para positions are blocked. In option B, this is the para position with respect to OH, that is also blocked. This is also blocked. In option C, this is the para position which is also occupied by N-propyl group already. Only in option D can we see that the position that is para with respect to OH is available, right? So two equivalents of this phenolic derivative will react with phthalic anhydride in H2SO4 medium to give us a derivative that will react with NaOH, and it will produce pink colored substance in alkaline medium. So this reaction, as I said, occurs at para position. So let's say this is one molecule of phenol, right? There is this para hydrogen that will be substituted. There is this second equivalent of phenol, and there is a para hydrogen that will be substituted. So this reaction can also be called as a dehydration reaction because H2SO4 is a dehydrating agent, right? So this is the compound that we will get upon reaction of phthalic anhydride with the phenol derivative. Right, so the correct answer in this option is D, and it is this substance that will react with NaOH to produce a pink colored substance. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, the volume of 0.1 normal dibasic acid that is sufficient to neutralize 1 liter of a base that furnishes 0.04 mole of hydroxide in aqueous solution. We have to find this. Four options are given: 200 ml, 400 ml, 600 ml and 800 ml. The reaction with of an acid with a base is basically a neutralization reaction, and for every reaction we can say that the number of gram equivalents of one reactant is equal to the number of gram equivalents of another reactant. So in this case also we can write that number of gram equivalent of the acid should be equal to the number of gram equivalent of base, right? So number of gram equivalents of acid can be expressed in many ways. It could be either normality into volume, or molarity into n factor into volume, or simply number of moles into n factor. All right. In this case, because we are given normality, so we will use the formula normality into volume. The acid is dibasic, however, they have already given the normality, so the n factor need not be considered. In this case, so we can write the gram equivalents of acid as normality into volume. Normality is 0.1 and volume in liter is, let's say, V. Gram equivalents of base can be expressed as number of moles into n factor, right? For hydroxide, n factor is 1 and number of moles is simply given 0.04. All right. So upon solving, we get V is equal to 0.04 divided by 0.1. So which is basically 0.4 liter. The options are given in milliliter. So volume in milliliter is basically 1000 multiplied by 1000. So that will give us 400 ml as the correct answer. So the correct answer to this question is option B. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the entropy change for the given process in which 1 kg of ice is converted from 273 Kelvin to water vapor at 383 Kelvin. So basically we start here with H2O solid, which is at 273 Kelvin, and we convert it to H2O liquid first to 273 Kelvin, right? So the first process here is basically the fusion of water from, solid phase to liquid phase, the change that is. So in this process, the entropy change of fusion would be the enthalpy of fusion divided by melting point. Enthalpy of fusion, which is heat of fusion of water, is given to be 334 kilojoule per Kelvin divided by the melting point is 273, right? And this comes out to be approximately 1.22 in the units. Okay. Next process is we are converting this liquid water from 273 Kelvin, 0 degree Celsius. When we provide heat, it will be converted to H2O liquid at 373 Kelvin. That is, water will reach its boiling point. Now, this is our entropy change to delta S2, and this we can calculate using the formula mCp ln T2 by T1, right? So in this process, delta S2 would be the mass of water, which is 1 kg, the heat capacity of liquid water that is given to be 4.2 in the question, 4.2 kilojoule per Kelvin per kilogram, multiplied by ln T2 by T1. We are raising the temperature of water from 273 to 373. So T2 is 373 and T1 is 273. The log values are given when you solve this entire 373 by 273. Log of this multiplied by 4.2, this comes out to be 1.31 approximately, right? Once we have converted this water to liquid phase and temperature at 373 Kelvin, now this water is ready to boil. So upon further providing heat, water will convert from liquid phase to gaseous phase, which is basically steam, but the temperature will remain same, that is vaporization. In this case, the entropy change, let's call it delta S3. This is the entropy change of vaporization, and it is enthalpy of vaporization divided by the temperature, which is boiling point. Enthalpy of vaporization is 2491 kilojoule per kilogram divided by the boiling point is 373. All right, so 2491 divided by 373, once you do this calculation, this will come out to be approximately 6.68. Now the final stage, now you have H2O gas at 373. You just have to heat it by 10 degrees so that the final temperature reaches 383, because that is what asked in the question. The destination is water vapor at 383 Kelvin. So in this process, the final stage, the entropy change delta S4, we can again express as delta, like S is equal to mcpln T2 by T1, mass is again 1 kg. This time the heat capacity of water vapor is given to be 2 kilojoule per Kelvin per gram per kilogram. So that is like 2.0 ln, and the temperature is raised to 383 from 373. All right. So once you work out this calculation, 383 by 373, both log values are given, and this comes out to be approximately 0.05. So these are the 4 entropy changes in the 4 steps. Now what we have to do is basically we have to add them up. Delta S1 is 1.22 plus 1.31 plus 6.68 plus 0.05. So upon adding, you will get the answer as 9.26 kilojoule per kilogram per Kelvin as the total entropy change in this process. So that is the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given a reactant, which is an acid chloride, and we have to tell that in the given reaction sequence, there are 3 compounds X, Y, and Z, and which of them is given incorrectly in the 4 options. So first reaction is Friedel-Crafts acylation reaction. So we have a pH which is phenyl, and 3 methylene groups joined to that. So that is like 1 CH2, second CH2, third CH2, and then we have a COCl group. All right. So on reaction with anhydrous AlCl3, which is a Lewis acid catalyst, we have this acyl cation, which attacks benzene ring, right? And as I said, this is an electrophilic substitution reaction, Friedel-Crafts acylation, and the product of this reaction is this compound. So that is the structure of X. So X is this benzene CH2, 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 and then CO. Yes, so this is correct. This structure is correct, and hence not the correct answer, because we have to find out the incorrect structure. Now this substance, when it further reacts with the sodium dichromate at high temperature in acidic medium, so this is a case of side chain oxidation in which the benzylic carbon is oxidized to carboxylic group and the remaining part of the molecule separates, right? So here we have a benzene ring, and the 2 carbons which are ortho with respect to each other, they get oxidized to corresponding carboxylic groups. That is, we have a phthalic acid here. So the substance Y is benzene, and benzene 1,2 dicarboxylic acid, which means that the structure of Y is also correctly given. Now this is a dicarboxylic acid, which upon heating loses a molecule of water to give anhydride. So when Y is heated, right, so we have loss of water, let's say OH from 1 carboxylic acid and H from 1 carboxylic acid, and that is the correct structure of Z, which is phthalic anhydride. So the structure of Z is also correctly given. So that leaves us with option D. Y is not this, definitely. Y is 1,2 dicarboxylic acid and not CHO and COH. So the correct answer in this question is option D. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the correct statement out of the given 4 statements. Option A says that beta D glucopyranose is more stable than alpha D glucopyranose. This statement is correct because in the beta isomer of this molecule, the hydroxyl group at C1, which is anomeric carbon, is more stable because it occupies equatorial position and we have less steric hindrance at equatorial position. So statement A is correct and hence it is the correct answer. But let us see the other 3 options. Invert sugar is dextrorotatory. This statement is incorrect. Invert sugar is levorotatory because invert sugar is basically the hydrolysis product mixture of sucrose, which is a disaccharide made up of alpha D glucose and beta D fructose. The dextro rotation of glucose is less, the levo rotation of fructose is more. So the overall mixture is levorotatory, and hence invert sugar is levorotatory, not dextrorotatory. Option B is incorrect. Option C says that fructose is a ketone, so it does not give positive tolerance test. Actually, fructose indeed is a ketone, but it is an alpha hydroxy ketone. And remember that alpha hydroxy ketones do respond to tolerance test. In fact, all monosaccharides, whether aldoses or ketoses, they are reducing in nature, as in they reduce tolerance and Fehling's reagents. So option C is incorrect. Option D says that starch contains beta glycosidic linkage, whereas cellulose contains alpha glycosidic linkage. No, the reverse is true. Starch contains alpha glucose units, hence alpha glycosidic linkage, whereas cellulose contains beta glycosidic linkage. That is, it is a polymer of beta D glucose, right? So the correct answer in this is option A. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the species with single unpaired electron. That is the species in which the central atom has one unpaired electron. So we can see that in all the four options, the central atom is vanadium. All right. And vanadium is a transition metal. The electronic configuration of vanadium is 3d3 4s2. So we have to begin by calculating the oxidation states of vanadium in each of these four substances, compounds. In VCl3, the oxidation state of vanadium is +3, which means that we are removing 3 electrons. Now out of 3d and 4s, first electrons are removed from 4s orbital, right? Because that is higher in energy once orbitals are filled. So the oxidation state of vanadium 3+, that is after removing 3 electrons from vanadium, it is 3d2 4s0. So that is not a correct answer. In VuSO4, oxygen is -2 and sulfate itself is -2. So that makes a total of -4, which means that the oxidation state of vanadium is +4. So in +4 state, we have 4 electrons removed from vanadium, which leaves us with 1 electron in 3d subshell, 3d1 4s0. So that is definitely our correct answer because they have asked the species with 1 unpaired electron. Anyway, let us see the remaining two options. In Ne3VO4, sodium is +1 and oxygen is -2, right? So that gives us an oxidation state of +5 on vanadium. And in +5 state, you can see that all the electrons are gone. There is no electron in the valence shell of vanadium, no unpaired electron. In option D, sulfate is -2 and water ligands are neutral molecules. So that gives us an oxidation state of +2 to this vanadium. And in +2 state, we have the configuration which is 3d3. So again, we have 3 unpaired electron, not 1. So the correct answer in this question is option B. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we are given 4 options. One of them is compound X. We are doing 3 tests on this compound and the inferences are given. On the basis of given inferences, we have to determine the structure of the compound X. So the first test is 2,4-DNP test. 2,4-dinitrophenylhydrazine test is a test done to detect the presence of carbonyl group. So this reaction is given by aldehydes and ketones, where these compounds react with 2,4-DNP reagent and they produce like orange-red colored precipitate. So if our compound is giving a colored precipitate with 2,4-DNP reagent, it has to have a carbonyl group, which is actually satisfied by option 1, the compound in option 1. It's also satisfied by compound B because there is a carbonyl group in A and B as well. In option C, there is no carbonyl group. So option compound C should not give a colored precipitate. That rules out, as a possible answer. And in option D, again, we have a carbonyl group. So this also is a potential candidate for compound X. Moving to the second test, on doing iodoform test, we get a yellow precipitate. Iodoform test is basically given by methyl ketones, compounds in which there is a methyl group joined to a carbonyl carbon of a ketone, or it's also given by the corresponding alcohols, as in the secondary alcohols in which methyl group is joined to the carbon which is joined to OH, because these groups produce the methyl ketone upon oxidation under the reaction conditions of iodoform test. The yellow precipitate is of iodoform CHI3. So you can see that this rules out option A as the correct answer because it does not have a methyl ketone or the corresponding hydroxyl group. Option B satisfies this condition because this is our methyl ketone, right? So option B is appearing to be the correct answer so far. Option C we have already eliminated, and option D we do not have a methyl ketone or the corresponding secondary methyl alcohol. So option D is also eliminated as a possibility, right? So we have eliminated option A, we have eliminated option C and D, so that leaves us with option B. That is the correct answer. Let's see the third test anyway. The third test is azo dye test, which is given by, it's a coupling reaction between a highly nucleophilic ring, for example, phenols, anilines, naphthols, naphthylamines, etc., with diazonium salt, right? So if the reaction is done with azo dye test, there is no dye formation, right? There is no dye formation. So that actually could be because there is an electron withdrawing group here, right? Carbonyl is an electron withdrawing group, and in case of coupling in diazonium salt, we need a high electron density on benzene ring, right? So based on the given information, option B seems to be the most appropriate correct answer. So this is a compound that satisfies all our conditions most appropriately. So option B is the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out of the four given species, the one that is not aromatic, right? So aromaticity is basically the property of a molecule where it is highly stable because of electron delocalization and certain other conditions that it meets. So let's see first what is the criteria for a species for being aromatic. First condition is cyclicity. The compound must be cyclic. No open chain compound can be aromatic. Second condition is planarity. The compound should be cyclic and planar as well. That can be easily checked if every ring atom, it's forming a pi bond or it has a positive or negative charge in conjugation with a pi bond. Then the third condition is complete delocalization of pi electrons, right? For that, every ring atom should have an orbital which is available, to be involved in conjugation. And the fourth condition is the compound should obey Huckel rule, which means that the total number of pi electrons in the ring, that is in conjugation, should fit in this formula 4n plus 2, right? Where n can be 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Basically, n can be a whole number. So if you look at option A, it is cyclic, it is planar because 4 carbon atoms are forming pi bonds, so they're definitely planar. And this is a positively charged carbon, carbocation, that's also sp2 planar. There is complete delocalization because, for example, we can shift this pi bond here, the positive charge will migrate on this carbon, and then later on we can shift this pi bond here and the positive charge will, migrate to this carbon, and so on. The positive charge is completely delocalized. But it does not obey Huckel rule because we can see that there are 4 pi electrons, right? So 4 pi electron does not fit in this formula. In fact, the species which are cyclic, planar have complete delocalization, but instead of 4n plus 2 pi electrons, if they have 4n pi electrons, where n is a natural number like 1, 2, 3, and so on, such species are actually highly unstable and they are anti-aromatic. So that gives us option A as the correct answer. Let's look at other options. In option B, the compound that is given is pyrrole. It has 6 pi electrons. It's cyclic, planar, complete delocalization. 6 pi electrons. Please note that the hybridization of nitrogen here is sp2, which means that this lone pair is in actually p orbital and therefore is in conjugation with the other 2 pi bonds of the ring. The compound in option C is pyridine. Here the lone pair lies in the same plane as the molecular plane, right? It is, in other words, this lone pair on nitrogen is perpendicular to the p orbitals, that are forming part of the aromaticity. So this lone pair will not be considered, and hence we have 6 pi electrons, which makes pyridine also aromatic, right? The option D also contains an aromatic species actually, because here it's similar to option A. The only difference is that instead of positively charged carbon, we have a negatively charged carbon, which means that we have a total of 4 pi electrons plus one lone pair, that is 6 pi electrons. So the species in option B, C, and D, they are aromatic, whereas the species in option A is anti-aromatic and hence not aromatic. So option A is our correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the application of molecular orbital theory. And in this question, we have to find out the process in which the bond order increases and the magnetic nature of a substance changes from paramagnetic to diamagnetic. So bond order increases if we add an electron to a bonding molecular orbital, or if we remove electron from anti-bonding molecular orbital. And paramagnetism arises because of unpaired electrons. So if the species changes from para to diamagnetic, that means there is no unpaired electron left. In NO, nitric oxide, the bond order is 2.5 and it is paramagnetic because of one unpaired electron, which could be on nitrogen. In NO plus, it's a monocation. We are removing one electron. So NO plus has even number of electrons. There is no odd electron here. So the paramagnetic changes to diamagnetic here, right? And also NO plus has 14 electrons, which is actually isoelectronic with nitrogen, has the same number of electrons as well as atoms. So the bond order in N2 would also be, like 3, like nitrogen. Just like nitrogen has bond order 3, NO plus will also have a bond order of 3, right? So in NO to NO plus, the bond order has increased from 2.5 to 3, and magnetic nature has changed from paramagnetic to diamagnetic. So this is a correct answer. Let us look at other options. When you convert N2 to N2 plus, right, N2 has the last electron in sigma 2p orbital, right? So if you remove an electron, definitely bond order decreases, it does not increase, right? So that is not the right answer, of course. In oxygen, dioxygen, the last two electrons are in pi star orbital, right? So there are two electrons, one could be in pi star to px and another could be in pi star to py. In O2 minus, we are adding two electrons, which means that because we are adding electron to anti-bonding, the bond order will not increase, it will decrease. So again, this is not the correct answer. In O2 to O2 plus, we are removing an electron, right? So this is our O2 and this would be our O2 plus. If we are removing electron, definitely the bond order will increase, but the magnetic nature will not change, because earlier also oxygen had two unpaired electrons and now O2 plus has one unpaired electron. So it will remain paramagnetic. So this also is not the correct answer. So the correct answer here would be option A. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the correct order of acidic strength of the given compounds. The first compound is a phenol. Phenols are less acidic than carboxylic acids generally, because if you look at the conjugate base of phenol, which is phenoxide ion, and try to draw a resonating structure, we can see that the negative charge is shared with carbon atom, right, which is not a very electronegative atom. So in the resonating structure of the phenoxide ion, which is conjugate base of phenol, the negative charge of oxygen is shared with carbon atom. It's not a very stable conjugate base. Whereas in carboxylic acids generally, we can see that the conjugate base of carboxylic, which is carboxylate, the negative charge is shared with oxygen atoms only, right? So on comparison, a C minus is much less stable than O minus. So that's the reason that despite phenoxide ion having more number of resonating structures than carboxylate ion, phenols are less acidic, right? So compound 1 should be least acidic. So that rules out option C and D, right? Now in compound second, third and fourth. What is the difference? In compound second, we have a nitro group, which is an electron withdrawing group, a very powerful electron withdrawing group. In fact, in third, we just have a hydrogen atom, neither withdrawing nor donating. In fourth, we have a methyl group, which is actually an electron donating group. Because we are talking about the acidic strength, which depends upon the stability of the conjugate base, which is an anion, so electron withdrawing groups are desirable because they remove excess charge density from the oxygen here, and electron donating groups, in fact, they intensify charge, making the conjugate base more unstable. So NO2 group stabilizes the conjugate base, and hence para nitrobenzoic acid should be the strongest acid here. So the compound second should be the strongest acid. That gives us the correct answer, in fact. But let us see the compound third and fourth. In compound third, we have hydrogen. In fourth, we have methyl. Methyl is electron donating, which is actually kind of not desirable. So compound third should be more acidic than fourth. So the correct order of decreasing acidic strength of the given compounds is second most acidic, followed by third, then fourth, and then obviously in the last we have phenol. So that is a correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the correct order of the bond association enthalpy of halogens, group 17 elements. So by the general trend, we can say that the bond association enthalpy decreases as we move down the group in the periodic table, and that is because of the increase in the bond length of a covalent bond. So by that logic, actually fluorine-fluorine bond, single covalent bond should be the strongest one because it is the shortest bond among F2, Cl2, Br2 and I2. But there is a catch here. In halogens, we have 7 valence electrons and only 1 electron is involved in bonding, which means that there are 6 electrons on each halogen that are not being shared with any other atom, which means that in these diatomic molecules, we have 3 lone pairs on each atom repelling, the other 3 lone pairs on the other atom. So because of the significant lone pair repulsions, the FF bond is actually not the strongest, right? And that also adds on top that fluorine is the smallest halogen in its group, which means that the distance between these 6 lone pairs is not very large, right? So because of the small size and large lone pair repulsions, fluorine bond does not have highest bond association enthalpy. So that leaves us chlorine at the top, right? Which means that option C and D cannot be the correct answer, right? Now the exact order depends upon how weak, the lone pair repulsions make the fluorine-fluorine bond. And in this option, you have to remember the correct answer, right? Fluorine-fluorine covalent bond is actually weaker, quite surprisingly, it's even weaker than bromine-bromine covalent bond. So that is how strong lone pair repulsions are in this molecule. So in halogens, Cl-Cl bond is the strongest. After that, Br-Br. Then comes FF bond. And of course, because of the very large size of iodine, II bond is the weakest one. So option A is the correct answer. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the major product that is obtained on the reaction of the given molecule in presence of anhydrous AlCl3. So this question actually involves Friedel-Crafts alkylation reaction, which is an example of electrophilic substitution reaction, right? In fact, this is an example of intramolecular Friedel-Crafts alkylation because both the nucleophilic and the electrophilic moieties are in the same molecule. So what happens in the first step is that anhydrous AlCl3, it interacts with the CCl bond, right? It generates a carbocation here at this carbon, and this carbocation being an electrophile, it attacks on benzene ring. Now the key point to remember here is that this phenyl ring is already having 2 substituents, one is methoxy and another is nitro. Electrophilic substitution reactions are encouraged by electron donating groups because we have an electrophile attacking on the benzene ring. Methoxy group is an electron donating, nitro group is electron withdrawing. So it is a methoxy group that will direct the incoming electrophile here. Because methoxy is an ortho and para-directing group, so this carbocation can either attack at ortho position here with respect to the methoxy group or on para position. Given the steric hindrance, the attack at ortho position will not be favored very much, right? And that is why the carbocation will attack at para position, right? Remember the correct movement of the arrow here. The electron will move from phenyl ring, one of the pi bonds of phenyl ring will move towards the carbocation, right? So the reaction will occur here, and the correct product that you should expect in this reaction as the major product is this CH2, 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 and like this product. So this should be the correct answer here, which obviously not option A. It's neither option B, definitely not option C. So yes, we can see that option D is the correct answer, in which our carbocation has attacked on the position that is para with respect to the methoxy group, right? So the correct answer in this in this question is definitely option D. Thank you very much. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the relationship between the following two compounds. The options are these two compounds related to each other as enantiomers? Are they homomers? Are they diastereomers? Or none of the three relationships are correctly given? Okay. So what is an enantiomer? Basically, enantiomers exist in pairs. These are chiral molecules in which one molecule is a non-superimposable image of the other molecule. Homomers are basically identical molecules. So if you have two molecules which are homomers of each other, so they are basically, like rotated versions of each other, but otherwise identical. Option C is diastereomers. Diastereomers are stereoisomers that are not mirror images of each other. So there is no question of superimposability. Now, if you observe the second molecule, then we can figure out that if I flip this molecule, right, as in like flip this molecule in the molecule plane by 180°, then this epoxide ring becomes like this. The substituent, which was pointing away from us, now it will point towards us because we have rotated by 180°. We have flipped the molecule by 180°. And this COOCH3 group, which was earlier pointing towards us, now it will go behind the plane. So this is basically the molecule after flipping it 180°. Please note that there will be no change in the identity of the molecule when you flip it through 180° in this representation of the molecule. As you can observe, the new molecule is completely identical with the first molecule, which means that they are not enantiomers or diastereomers. In fact, they are the same molecule and they are homomers. So the correct answer is option B. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based on the applications of the properties of equilibrium constants. We are given two chemical equilibria and their corresponding equilibrium constant, and we have to determine what is the relation between these two equilibrium constants. The first reaction is given to be A2 plus B2 is in equilibrium with 2AB, and the second reaction is 6AB but on the reactant side. So we can observe that if we reverse the first reaction, that is the new reaction being 2AB is now in equilibrium with A2 plus B2. So if you reverse the first equation, the equilibrium constant becomes reciprocal, right? That is, it becomes inverse. So for this new reaction, the equilibrium constant is 1 upon K1. But also in the second equation, in the second equilibrium, the coefficient of AB is 6, but we have the coefficient of AB as 2, which means that we need to multiply this equation by 3. Now, if you multiply an equation by a number, a coefficient n, then the new equilibrium constant is the old equilibrium constant raised to the power with which we have multiplied the equation. So here, because I have multiplied the equation by 3, we will raise the old equilibrium constant to the power 3, which means that the equilibrium constant for the second reaction, that is K2, would be 1 upon, K1 raised to the power 3. Or in other words, I can also write it as Kt is equal to K1 minus 3 as the power. So the correct answer here is option C. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the correct structures for the organic compounds A and B in the given reaction sequence. The reactant is aniline, which is an aromatic amine. The first set of reagents that this compound aniline reacts with is sodium nitrite and HCl. Sodium nitrite and HCl in situ, they react together and they form HNO2, which is nitrous acid. And this is a reagent that converts the NH2 group into a diazo group, right? So when we react aniline with sodium nitrite and HCl at low temperature, aniline transforms to diazonium chloride, right? In this case, because we have the anion Cl, so let's write it like Cl minus. So we have benzene diazonium chloride. Now, when we react it with potassium cyanide, so now the cyanide ion substitutes this diazo group, and the next compound that we obtain is this, which is called benzene carbonitrile, or in short, benzonitrile. So the substance A should be benzonitrile, which rules out option A as the correct answer and also as option D as a correct answer. So either option B or option C, they could be correct. Now this benzonitrile, when it reacts with SnCl2HCl, which is basically Steven reduction, right? So when we reacted with SnCl2HCl followed by hydrolysis, so this is Steven reduction, which is used for the preparation of aldehyde. In a Steven reduction, the compound nitrile is first treated with SnCl2HCl followed by hydrolysis, and then it produces CHO group, right? So the second compound, which is compound B, should be benzaldehyde, right? Which means that the correct option here is definitely not option B, right? This is option C. So A is benzonitrile, benzene carbonitrile, and B is benzaldehyde. So option C is definitely the correct answer here. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the percentage of oxygen in the given organic compound. And the data given is 1.80 gram of an oxygen containing compound gave 2.64 gram of carbon dioxide and 1.08 gram of water. Let us solve this question by using mole concept. This question is based on empirical formula. So we know that carbon dioxide has molecular mass of 44 and it contains 1 mole carbon whose molar mass is 12 gram per mole. So if we apply unitary method, then we can write that 44 gram of carbon dioxide comes from 12 gram of carbon, and if we have 2.64 gram of carbon dioxide, that must be coming from the mass of carbon. We can calculate by 12 by 44 multiplied by 2.64. So if we do this calculation, then this comes out to be 0.72 gram carbon. Similarly, we can do the calculation for water. 18 gram water comes from 2 gram hydrogen. So 1.08 gram of water must be coming from the mass of hydrogen, which is given by 2 divided by 18 multiplied by 1.08. All right. So we can do this calculation again, and then we will get the mass of hydrogen as 0.12. Okay. So now we can calculate the mass of oxygen, which is the mass of compound 1.80 minus the total mass of carbon and hydrogen, right? So this would be 1.80 gram minus 0.84, and which is basically 0.96 gram. Okay, so the percentage of oxygen in this compound would be the mass of oxygen, which is 0.96 divided by the mass of the compound 1.80 multiplied by 100. right? So that gives us like 960 divided by 18, and if we do this calculation, then it is approximately, like 53.33%. So the correct answer of this question is option D. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the correct statement for the properties of group 14 elements with increase in atomic number. So this question is from the general properties of carbon family, which is group 14 elements. As we move down the group, as atomic number increases, a new principal quantum shell is added. So in group 14 elements, we have carbon, silicon, germanium, tin, and lead. So as we move from carbon to silicon, then from silicon to germanium, each time a new principal quantum shell is added, because of which the distance of valence electron from the nucleus increases, and hence the atomic radius increases, does not decrease. So option A is incorrect. Ionization energy increases. Option B is also incorrect. Ionization energy decreases. It does not increase, right? Generally speaking. So as you move down the group, as I said, the distance of valence electron from the nucleus increases. Now the force of attraction is less, and less energy is required to remove that electron. So generally speaking, as we move down the group with increase in atomic number, the ionization energy decreases. Except we have a pair out of tin and lead. Lead has slightly higher ionization energy because of the poor shielding effect of 4f electrons, but that is an exception. Generally speaking, the ionization energy decreases with increase in atomic number as we move, like down the group in the periodic table. Metallic character decreases. That is also generally not true. Generally, the electronegativity decreases down the group, so metallic character generally increases, right? Because there is a decrease in electronegativity and increase in electropositivity. There is one thing that regularly, like is an agreement with the properties of group 14 is the stability of +2 oxidation state increases. The general electronic configuration of group 14 elements is ns2 np2. That is, there are 2 electrons in the valence shell s orbital and 2 electrons in the valence shell p orbital. Now, as we move down the group from carbon to lead, there is increase in the effective nuclear charge, because just before group 14 we have 13, and before 13 we have the filling of, like the inner shell d and f orbitals, which have poor shielding effect. So because of that, the valence shell s orbital, which is like closest to the nucleus in the valence shell, becomes more tightly bound, and the tendency of this s electron pair to participate in chemical reactions, that decreases. So this is something that we refer to as inert pair effect. Inert pair effect is basically the increasing reluctance of the valence shell s electron pair to take part in chemical combination as we move down the group in p block. Okay, so this leaves us with 2 electrons in the p subshell that participate generally in the reactions, leading to an oxidation state of +2. So generally speaking, the stability of +2 oxidation state increases with increase in atomic number. Hence the correct answer is option D. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have the plots of radial distribution function for various orbitals of hydrogen atom drawn against r, which is the distance of electron from the nucleus. These are the options: option A, B, and option C and D. And the question is, which of these is the correct plot for 3s orbital? So basically in this, these are the graphs of radial probability distribution functions, right? Which is basically 4 pi r square, r being the distance of electron from the nucleus, capital R square, which is the radial part of the wave function, right? Versus r itself. Now you can see that the question asks the correct plot for 3s orbital. In the graph of 3s orbital, we know that there are 2 radial nodes, right? Because radial nodes are given by n minus L minus 1. For 3s orbital, the value of n is 3. For s orbital, the value of L is 0. So this gives us 2 as the radial nodes, right? So first of all, you have to locate the graph in which there are 2 points when the radial probability becomes 0, right? So in first graph, it does not become 0 at all. In second graph, we can see that there is one point where the probability of finding electron becomes 0. So there is one radial node, but not two. So this also is not a correct answer. In option C, definitely there is no radial node here. In option D, we can see that there are 2 points, right? This and this, where the wave function becomes 0 and hence the probability of finding electron becomes 0. So please note that when you draw a graph of radial probability versus R, this gives you the radial nodes present in an orbital. And obviously here the correct answer is option D, the graph D, which means that here option C. So that is the correct answer in this question. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the complexes that are stable based on the EN rule. So this question is based on coordination compounds. There is a rule, effective atomic number rule. It's also known as the 18 electron rule or Sedgwick theory. As per this rule, a complex is stable if the total number of electrons in the central metal atom of the complex is same as the atomic number of the next noble gas, right, of the same period. So the central metal here is Fe, here it is cobalt. In the third as well, the central metal is cobalt. In the fourth complex, the central metal is nickel. All these metals belong to 3D transition series, for which the next noble gas is krypton with an atomic number of 36. So we just have to check that in which of these complexes the total number of electrons on the central metal is 36. Let's do it for first complex. The atomic number of Fe is 26. Next, we have to find out the oxidation number of Fe. Potassium is +1, cyanide is -1. So the oxidation number of iron comes out to be +2, which means there are two fewer electrons. There are 6 cyanide ligands. Cyanide is a monodentate ligand and hence it has one donor atom that donates a pair of electrons, that is 2 electrons, right? So 26 minus 2, 24 plus 12, that is 36. So yes, the first complex follows EN rule. In the second complex, the atomic number of cobalt is 27. It comes next to iron. After iron, then the oxidation number, we can find out that there are in total 3 chloride ions. Ammonia is a neutral molecule, so the oxidation number of cobalt is +3, which means that 3 electrons are lost. It's also the coordination number is 6. There are 5 ammonia and 1 chloride. Both of these are monodentate ligands. So again, cobalt receives a total of 12 electrons, right? So 27 minus 3 is 24 plus 12, 36. So this also follows EN rule. So first and second compound, they follow EN rule. Okay. Let's move to compound 3. Again, the metal is cobalt 27. Oxidation number is 3 because there are 3 chlorides. So cobalt receives +3 charge. So there are 3 fewer electrons. As for the ligands, there are 2 ethylene diamine. Now, ethylene diamine is a bidentate ligand, which means that it has 2 donor atoms. And 2 ethylene diamine means that there are a total of 4 donor atoms, the other 2 being chloride. So once again, it is 2 multiplied by 6, so which also gives us a value of 36. In the fourth complex, the central metal is nickel, whose atomic number is 28. Potassium is +1, cyanide is -1. So it is +2 and -4. Nickel has an oxidation state of +2, which means that there are 2 fewer electrons. The coordination number of nickel in this complex is 4, which means that the donor atom, there are 4 donor atoms that give a total of 4 electrons, right? So here we have 28 minus 2, 26. That is the total number of electrons on the metal. And after receiving 8 electrons from 4 cyanide ligands, we have 34 electrons. Okay, so which is definitely not the atomic number of krypton, and hence it is the complex 4 that does not meet the stability criteria as per the EN rule. So which means that the correct answer to this question is option B. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have 4 species and we have to compare the length of oxygen-oxygen bond in these species, right? So this question is majorly based on molecular orbital theory. So let's look at the first species, which is KO2. Potassium is +1, so O2 must be -1. Now O2 minus has a bond order of 1.5 because dioxygen has a bond order of 2 and O2 minus means we added one electron in its pi star 2p orbital, which decreased bond order by half. In O2 plus, if you remove one electron from antibonding orbital, that increases bond order by half. So in the second species, O2 plus, the bond order is 2.5. In O2 itself, we know that there is a double covalent bond, so the bond order is 2. And if we look at this Na2O2, it's a 1:1 compound, right? Empirically, so the oxidation number of sodium is +1, so that of oxygen must be -1, which means that the anion is O22 minus. Now we know that oxygen has two unpaired electrons in pi star 2p orbital. Two negative charge means both of these electrons are paired up, which means we have added two electrons in anti-bonding orbital that would have decreased the bond order by 1, leaving a bond order of 1 itself. Now we know that bond length is inversely proportional to bond order, right? Greater the bond order, greater the number of bonds, right? Greater the attraction between the two covalently bonded atoms, and the smaller the bond length. So we can see that here the bond order is maximum for O2 plus. So the bond length should be minimum for this species, which means that second ion should have the smallest length of oxygen-oxygen bond. Now that rules out option C and D as the correct answer. Now we only have to figure out that out of first and fourth, which is having the maximum length. So we can obviously see that out of first and fourth, fourth has a smaller bond order, which means that it will have longer oxygen-oxygen bond. So it is the fourth species that has the highest bond length, right? So option B should be our correct answer. So this makes complete sense. One bond order means longest bond. After that first 1.5 bond order increases, bond length decreases. After that third bond order increases by half, bond length decreases. And for O2 plus second species, bond order is maximum and the bond length is minimum. So the correct answer is option B. Thank you. Hi everyone. This is a numerical answer type question based on the Arrhenius equation that we discussed under chemical kinetics. In this question, the rate constant of a reaction increases by 5 times on increase in temperature from 27 degrees Celsius to 52 degrees Celsius. So temperature 1, T1 is given to be 27 degrees Celsius. Converting it to Kelvin, it is 300 Kelvin. The final temperature T2 is 52 degrees Celsius. Converting it to Kelvin, it is 325. And it is given that the rate constant, let's just call it K2 and K1, that is given to be 5 because the rate constant of reaction becomes 5 times. The question is, what is the value of activation energy for this reaction in unit of kilojoule per mole? So as per Arrhenius equation, the relation between the rate constant of a reaction at two different temperatures, it is given by this formula, log K2 divided by log, like K1 is activation energy EA divided by 2.303 R and 1 upon T1 minus 1 upon T2. Here it could be important to remember that the value of 2.303 multiplied by R, which in terms of, energy joule 8.314, this is approximately equal to 19.15. So this could be helpful in some questions. We are given that the ratio of rate constants is 5 because rate constant becomes 5 times. So the LHS is 5, log 5. Log 5 is approximately 0.7. You do not have to worry about small error because the activation energy is to be expressed in kilojoule per mole, right? So the small errors would be, would not matter in rounding off. The activation energy we have to find out. The product of 2.303 R, we have seen it is 19.15 in terms of joule. right? 1 upon initial temperature is 300 and final temperature is 325. All right, so this gives us activation energy as 19.15 multiplied by 25 divided by 300 multiplied by 325. So we just have to do this calculation, and if you round off the answer to an integer, the answer comes out to be approximately like 52.27 kilojoule, but we have to round it off to nearest integer, so that will be 52.00, right? Or to the nearest integer it is just 52. So the correct answer to this question would be 52. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the minimum EMF in volts required to carry out an electrolysis of Al2O3, right? The change in Gibbs energy for the process is given to be minus 772 kilojoule per mole, right? So we know that the relation between the Gibbs energy of a process with its EMF is related by this formula, right? So delta G is minus NFE, where delta G is the Gibbs energy change, which is given to be 772 kilojoule per mole. N is the number of electrons in the balanced chemical equation. F is the Faraday constant, for which we can take a value of 96500, like coulomb per mole. That is basically the charge on 1 mole of electrons. And E is the EMF that is required to carry out that reaction. In this question, we are given delta G value, right? So that is like minus 772, and do not forget to convert kilojoule into joule, that is multiplying by 1000. Minus number of electrons in this equation, it's not difficult at all. We can calculate this using oxygen, because the equation is already balanced. So one oxygen is involved in reaction with the 2 electrons, so O2 would have an n factor of 4. So the number of electrons in this balanced equation would be 4. Faraday constant would be 96500 multiplied by the EMF, right? So we can see that this would be E would be 7720 divided by 4 multiplied by 965. If you do this calculation, this will come out to be exactly 2, and the unit would be volt, right? So the calculate the minimum EMF rounded off to the nearest integer. So the answer is 2. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have to find out the pH of a buffer solution when a certain amount of NaOH, which is a strong base, is added to this buffer solution. So that's basically a question about buffer in which we are adding a strong base that reacts with the acidic component of the acidic buffer. So let's start by doing calculation. We are given 100 ml of buffer solution, and the solution is 0.1 molar each in the weak acid and its conjugate base. So this calculation would be easier if we go with millimoles, because the concentrations of these acids and bases are small. So millimole of acid HA, that would be molarity multiplied by volume. Molarity is 0.1 multiplied by volume is 100 ml. So this would come out to be 10. Similarly, because NaA is also 100 ml and 0.1 molar, same concentration, same volume. So millimoles of the conjugate base, which is A minus, that would also be 10. We are ignoring sodium ion because it is a spectator ion here. Now we are adding some amount of NaOH to this buffer solution, and the pH changes, right? It becomes 6. So because NaOH is a strong base, it will react with the acidic component, which is HA. Now let us assume that we are adding the millimoles of NaOH, that is N. So let us start by assuming that we are adding N millimoles of NaOH to this buffer. So now we will use stoichiometry. We have a weak acid HA. We are adding a strong base OH minus, and that OH minus neutralizes this HA. It forms A minus and water. Initially, the amount of HA is 10 millimole. The amount of OH minus we have added is N, right? Because that is NaOH. And the amount of A minus, the conjugate base of the weak acid, that is also 10. Now here, because all the NaOH reacts with the acidic buffer and raises its pH, so we will assume that hydroxide is a limiting reactant. So hydroxide gets consumed completely. So this is minus N, this is minus N, and this is plus N. So finally, we should expect that in the solution, the number of millimoles of the acid is 10 minus N, and the number of millimoles of the conjugate base of the acid, that would be 10 plus N. All right. So now we can apply Henderson-Hasselbalch equation. The dissociation constant of the acid is 10 to minus 5. So from here, we can tell that pKa would be 5. All right. Now we know that as per the Henderson equation, pH is equal to pKa plus log to the base 10 of the ratio of the conjugate base, which is A minus, divided by the concentration of weak acid, which is HA. Now, this is really a ratio of the concentration. So we can just take the number of moles. We don't have to calculate the exact concentration. We want the pH to be 6. So let us substitute the values. So we want the pH to be 6. The pK we just saw is 5 plus log number of millimoles of A minus is 10 plus N divided by number of millimoles of acid is 10 minus N, right? So log 10 plus N divided by 10 minus N. Now, if you do this calculation, 6 minus 5 is 1 and log of something is 1, which means that something is 10, right? Because that is the logarithm. So basically 6 minus 5 is 1 and we get this 10 plus N divided by 10 minus N is equal to 10. If we do this calculation, we find that 10 plus N is equal to 100 minus 10N, and from here we can do the calculation that this is N is equal to 90 divided by 11. So the number of millimoles of NaOH that we should add is 90 by 11, but the answer has to be 100x, where x is the mass of NaOH in gram. Okay, so we know that number of moles is mass upon molar mass. So mass would be number of moles, which is 90 by 11, and it is millimoles. So let us convert it into mole by multiplying by 10 to minus 3. So this is number of moles multiplied by molar mass of NaOH is 40. Okay, so this is what is your x, but the answer has to be 100x. So let us right away multiply here by 100. Okay, so from here we are getting that mass is equal to, so this is 1 2 3 and this is like 360 divided by 11, right? So this cancels out, 360 divided by 11, and when we do this calculation, that is 32.7 gram. So the correct answer to this question is 32.7, right? So this is 100x basically. So that would be our answer. All right. So the correct answer to this question would be 32.7. Thank you. Hi everyone. This question is based upon volumetric analysis, the reaction of sodium oxalate and oxalic acid KMnO4, which is a redox titration, and then the same amount of the mixture is subsequently reacted with NaOH, which is an acid-base titration. So let us start with the solution. We are given that 2 mole equimolar mixture of sodium oxalate and oxalic acid. Because this mixture is 2 mole and it is equimolar, so it is very simple. The mixture contains 1 mole of the sodium oxalate and 1 mole of oxalic acid. This mixture requires V1 liter of 0.1 molar KMnO4 in acidic medium for complete oxidation. Now let us understand the redox chemistry here. KMnO4 in acidic medium gains 5 electrons because MnO4 minus gets reduced to Mn2 plus. So basically the N factor is 5 here. Oxalic acid as well as sodium oxalate, they undergo oxidation to produce carbon dioxide. So for example, this is the oxalate ion in which the oxidation state of each carbon is +3. In presence of KMnO4, they undergo oxidation, they produce carbon dioxide, in which the oxidation state of carbon is +4. So each carbon loses 1 electron, so 2 carbons together loses 2 electron. So the N factor here would be 2. All right. So the N factor of KMnO4 is 5, the N factor of oxalic acid is 5. Now it does not matter whether it is a salt or the acid itself, we do have oxalate ion. Now let us use the simple law of chemical equivalence, that if this oxalate and oxalic acid are reacting with KMnO4, so the gram equivalents must be equal. So we can say that gram equivalents of the mixture of sodium oxalate and oxalic acid must be equal to the gram equivalence of KMnO4. Gram equivalents can be expressed in many ways. One way is number of moles multiplied by N factor. The N factor of sodium oxalate as well as oxalic acid is 2. So 1 mole of sodium oxalate multiplied by 2, its N factor, plus 1 mole of oxalic acid multiplied by 2, its N factor, right? So we have 1 into 2 gram equivalents of sodium oxalate and 2 gram equivalents of oxalic acid. For KMnO4, gram equivalent can be expressed as molarity into N factor into volume. Molarity is 0.1. N factor, as we discussed, is 5 for KMnO4 in acidic medium, and volume is V1. Okay, so if we do this calculation, this is 2 plus 2, 4. This is 0.5 V1. So we can work this out. V1 is equal to 4 divided by 0.5. So that comes out to be 8 liter. So the volume of KMnO4 that is required to completely oxidize this 2 mole of mixture, that is 8 liter. Now let us find out V2. The same amount of mixture required, V2 liter of 0.1 molar NaOH. NaOH is a strong base, so it will react with acid. Sodium oxalate already has the conjugate base, so that will not react with NaOH. It is the oxalic acid that reacts with NaOH. You can see by simple stoichiometry that sodium hydroxide offers 1 hydroxide per unit of the per formula unit, whereas H2C2O4 oxalic acid, it provides 2H plus ions, right? So we can see that if we have 1 mole of oxalic acid, we would need 2 mole of NaOH, right? Because for 1 mole of oxalic acid, we will have 2H plus ion, 2 mole of H plus ions. So basically we will need 2 mole of hydroxide ions. Now we can express number of moles as molarity into volume. Molarity is 0.1. Volume of NaOH is V2. So when we solve this, we get that V2 is equal to 2 divided by 0.1, which is 20 liter. So the question says the ratio of V1 and V2 is x is to y, so that is 8 by 20. So when we have a ratio, we are supposed to simplify this. So this is 2 by 5, right? The question also mentions that x and y are integers. So yes, 2 by 5, that both are integers. The value of x plus y, so this is our x, this is our y. So the value of x plus y is 2 plus 5, that is 7. So the correct answer to this question would be 7. Thank you. Hi everyone. In this question, we have a number of salts: sodium sulfide, sodium chloride, sodium oxalate, sodium hydrogen phosphate, sodium chromate, sodium nitrite, sodium acetate, sodium iodide, and sodium phosphate. We are separately treating them with silver nitrate solution. And the question is, in how many cases a white precipitate is formed? So basically here you have to remember the colors, because they arise due to different reasons, which could be DD transition, polarization, or charge transfer. This question is from qualitative inorganic chemistry. So when we treat silver nitrate with Na2SO3, we get a white precipitate of silver sulfide. So this qualifies as a correct answer. The reaction of silver nitrate with NaCl gives AgCl, that is also Kurdi white precipitate. The reaction of AgNO3 with sodium oxalate also gives silver oxalate, that is white. The reaction with sodium hydrogen phosphate, that gives us yellow colored precipitate, so that is not the correct answer. The reaction with sodium chromate gives us a reddish brown precipitate of silver chromate, so that is also not a correct answer. The reaction of silver nitrate with NaNO2 gives AgNO2 silver nitrate, that is also white, right? So that is a correct answer. The reaction with sodium acetate also gives us a white precipitate of silver acetate, so that is also correct answer. Whereas the reaction of silver nitrate with NaI gives us again a yellow colored substance, AgI, right, which can sometimes be darker color. And with Na3PO4 again we get yellow precipitate of silver phosphate. So the total number of substances that produce white precipitate is 5. So the correct answer to this question is 5. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I am Firoz Khan, Master Teacher of Mathematics here at Vedantu, and I am going to discuss JMMT1 Mathematics paper today. So let's start the discussion without wasting time. So here is the first question. As you can see, the first question is from 3D, 3D. So what they are simply saying, alpha is the angle between the two lines whose direction cosines are connected by these two equations, right? So what will be sine raised to alpha plus cos raised to alpha? So in this type of question, what we basically do, first we find the direction cosines of the two lines by solving the given equations. And one more condition we already know, KL square plus M square plus N square is equal to 1. So basically I have to find the direction cosines of the two lines. So let's write here L square plus M square plus N square is equal to 1. Now if I add these two equations, so what I will get, just add these two. So you will get 2n square is equal to 1, right? N square is 1 by 2. And from here you will get two values of n plus minus 1 by root 2, but no need to take both the sign. Just choose n is equal to 1 by root 2. Even if you take n is equal to minus 1 by root 2, you are going to get the same answer. So it doesn't matter here, you take n is equal to 1 by root 2 or minus 1 by root 2, it's your choice. One more thing I can see here from the first equation, L plus M is n. L plus M is n from first equation. So I can write L plus M whole square is equal to n square. Now if I expand this one, so I will get L square plus M square plus 2LM is equal to n square. And n square from this equation here, I can write n square as L square plus M square. From this one, I can write n square is equal to L square plus M square. So as you can see now, I am getting Lm is equal to 0. Lm is equal to 0 means I am getting two possibilities, either L0 or M0, right? And actually these two possibilities will give you the two sets of direction cosines. So let's take the first possibility. If I take L is equal to 0, n is already known, 1 by root 2. N is 1 by root 2, it is already known. So M will be what? From here, just put L is 0. In this equation, I am putting here. So if I put L is equal to 0, N is equal to 1 by root 2, so M is also 1 by root 2. So that means the direction cosines of first line is 0, 1 by root 2, 1 by root 2. Basically, these are elements. Now, if I take M is equal to 0 and just put M is equal to 0 here in this equation, M is 0, so L will be N. So that means L and N both are 1 by root. So in this case, your direction cosines of the lines are 1 by root 2, 0 and 1 by root. Now the direct angle between these two lines is given as alpha. So let's use the angle formula. Cos alpha can be written as L1 L2 plus M1 M2 plus N1 L1 M1 N1 and L2 M2 N2 are the direction cosines of the two lines. Means this first set is L1 M1 N1. This second set is L2 M2 N2. So if you find here, what you are getting 0 into 1 by root 2, which is 0, then again 0, then 1 by 2. So that simply means alpha is 60 degree here. And as alpha is 60, so now you can find sine raised to 4 alpha plus cos raised to 4. So you can easily find sine 60 will be root 3 by 2 and root 3 by 2 raised to 4 here. So you will get what? 9 by 60. 1 by 2 cos alpha, so 1 by 60. 10 by 16 means 5 by 8. So for this question, your correct answer is A, which is 5 by 8, right? Chalo, let's move to the next question. Here is the next question. This question is based on quadratic equations. Now they are saying that both roots of this quadratic are real and distinct. And both roots lie in this interval 1 to 5. Both roots real and distinct lie in this interval 1 to 5. So then I have to find the value of m. M lies in which interval here. So basically, if I suppose this quadratic as fx, so fx will be what? Fx will be x square minus mx plus 4. And of course, it is an upward parabola here. Its roots are, let's say, alpha, beta. And they are saying that both these roots lie in the interval 1 to 5, right? So let's say 1 here. Let's say 1 here and 5 here. One here and 5 here. Now the first condition that you should apply here, the roots are real and distinct. So first condition that you should apply, that will be discriminant greater than or equal to, in fact, real and distinct, so discriminant greater than 0. So this gives you m square minus 16 greater than 0. So this gives you m belongs to minus infinity to minus 1, minus 4 in fact, not minus 1, minus infinity to minus 4, union 4 to infinity. Now second condition, of course f1 will be positive here, so f1 is positive. So you are getting 1 minus m plus 4 positive. So this gives you 5 greater than m, or you can say m less than 5. F5 is also positive. F5 is what? 25 minus 5m plus 4. 25 minus 5m plus, it is also positive. So this gives you 29 over 5 greater than m, or you can say m is less than 29. Now one more condition that you should apply here, if both roots are lying between alpha and beta, so obviously the x coordinate of the vertex is minus b by 2a. If your quadratic is ax square plus bx plus c, so x coordinate of this vertex will be minus b by 2a. It must lie between 1 and 5. So this minus b by 2a must lie between 1 and 5 here. Now what is minus b? Minus b is m and 2a is 2. So this gives you m between 1 and 10. Now you have to take the intersection of these four inequalities. Means your final answer will be the intersection of these four conditions. First, second, third and fourth. So you can see what will be the intersection. First one says minus infinity to minus 4 union 4 to infinity. Second one says less than 5. Third one says less than 29 by 5. And the last one says m is 1 to 10. So obviously minus infinity to minus 4 is already rejected. So in these two, common will be 4 to 5. So 4 to 5 less than 29 by 5. So yes, 4 to 5 should be your correct answer. So m belongs to, and we have actually f1 should be positive. Both roots lie in the interval 1 to 5. Actually interval is closed here. So 1 can be at the root also. 1 can be at the root also. Means 1 can be here also. Similarly, 5 can be here also, because roots lie in the closed interval. So therefore, f1 can be 0 also. f5 can be 0 also. So actually there should be equality sign here. Equality sign here. So now if I take the intersection, so my intersection will be what? 4 to 5, open at 4, closed at 5. So B should be the correct answer, right? Chalo, let's move to the next question. See this question. In this question, f and g, they are saying two functions are there, f and g, where f satisfies these functional equations for all natural number n. And both the functions are defined from n to n only. N is the set of natural numbers. Then you have to pick which of the statement is not true here. Which of the statement is not true here. Right. So basically, first check this condition. F of n plus 1 is fn plus f1. F of n plus 1 is fn plus f1. So for example, if I suppose, let's say f1 is, let's say f1 is c. So what I will get? See, f2 will be what? If I put n is equal to 1 here, so f2 will be f1 plus f1, 2c. f3 will be f3, just put n is equal to 2 here, so f2 plus f1, 3c. f4 will be 4c. So in general, fn will be nc. fn will be n times c. Right. Now if I check the first option, they are saying if g is on 2, then f of g is 1, 1. Actually, this option is obviously wrong. Without doing anything, I can do that, and I can say that this is a wrong option. Means this will be your answer. Because there is no relation between on 2 and 1, 1 thing. If g is on 2, then we cannot say that f is 1, 1. Means even if g is on 2, f can be many 1. Even if g is on 2, f can be many 1. I can give you an example, just a counter example for a option. Okay, let me define a function g. G is also defined from n to n. So I am taking, let's say, g1, G2 both 1. Then I'm taking G3, G4 both 2. Then I'm taking G5, G6 both 3, and keep on writing like this. So obviously the range of G will contain all natural numbers and codomain of G is on 2. So now I can say G is on. But you can see here, in this case, f of G is not 1, 1. Because if I check f of G1, so that will be F1, which is C, because F1 is C. And if I check f of G2, f of G2, so it will be what? F of G2 is also 1. So see, f of G1 and f of G2 both are same. That means f of G is not 1. In fact, straight away you can see that if G is many one function, even if G is on 2, if G is many one function, f of G will become many one function. That means this option is a wrong option. Means this will be your answer. Your answer will be A option. Remaining options are true. F is 1, 1 function. You can see F1 is C, F2 is 2C, F3 is 3C. So you are getting different values. So obviously it is a 1, 1 function. F is on 2, then Fn is equal to n. Of course, F will be on 2 when I take C is equal to 1. So if I take C is equal to 1, so then the F1 will be 1, F2 will be 2, F3 will be 3, F4 will be 4, means F will be on 2. So in that case, Fn will become n. And if G is 1, 1, then of course F of G will also be 1, 1, because F is already a 1, 1 function. If G is 1, 1, then F of G is 1, 1. So here only A option is a wrong option here. Means that will be your answer actually. A option will be your answer. Great. Chalo, let's move to the next question. Next question is from maxima minima. We are saying that we have a wire of length 2 units and this wire is cut into 2 parts. One part is bent into form of a side length, form in one part. Let me read it again. So a wire of length 2 unit is cut into 2 parts which are bent respectively to form a square of side x and a circle of radius r. If the sum of areas of the square and the circle so formed is minimum, then which is correct option here? So what we are doing here, we are forming a square like this, and the side length of this square is x. Side length is x here. And we are forming a circle, and radius of this circle is r. Total length of the wire is 2 unit. So length of wire used in the square is obviously 4x perimeter, and length of wire used in the circle is basically circumference 2 pi r. So this is total length, which is 2. So I can say 2x plus pi r is equal to 1 here. Right? Now I have to minimize the sum of areas of the two figures. So area of the square is x square, area of the circle is pi r square. And obviously at the point of minima, derivative should be 0. So let's find the derivative with respect to x here. So this will be 2x and this will be 2 pi r dr by dx. This should be 0. And if I find dr by dx, from here, just differentiate it. So if I differentiate here, I will get 2 plus pi dr by dx is 0. So from here I can say dr by dx is minus 2 pi pi. Now just put the value of dr by dx here. And obviously for minimum area, this ds by dx should be 0. So just put the value of dr by 2 can be taken common. So I got what? I got x plus pi r, and dr by dx is minus 2 by pi. This is 0. So now you can see that this pi and this pi cancel. So basically you got your condition. Condition is what? X will be 2r, right? So C option is correct option. X is actually equal to 2r. Let's move to the next question. We have to find the area of the region satisfying these inequalities. The area of the region satisfying these inequalities in fact. So basically I have two parabola here. First parabola is y is equal to first parabola is what? Y is equal to 5x square. In fact, both are upward parabola. First is y is equal to 5x square. Its vertex is origin and upward parabola. Second parabola is y is equal to 2x square plus 9. And if you find the intersection of these two parabolas, how will you get the intersection? Just equate them. If you equate them, 3x square is 9, x square is 3. The points of intersection are plus minus root 3. So these two parabolas will cut at the points plus minus root 3. Now just draw the two parabola and see, I have to take the area y greater than or equal to 5x square means on upper side of this parabola, but on lower side of the second parabola. So your area will be on upper side of this parabola and on lower side of this parabola. Upper, lower. So let's draw the figure. So figure I can show you here. The figure will be something like this. So this is your parabola y is equal to 5x square, vertex at origin here, and the second parabola here is y is equal to 2x square plus 9, this parabola having vertex at 0, 9, this one. And as I told you, both the parabola will intersect at minus root 3 and plus root 3. So this point is minus root 3 and this point here is plus root 3. So this point is plus root 3. And as I told you, I have to take the area on the upper side of the lower parabola and on the lower side of upper parabola, means this area is the shaded area, this area. And you can see that this area is symmetric about y-axis. So just integrate from 0 to root 3 upper curve minus lower curve and double it, you will get the total area. So total area will be 2 times 0 to root 3. Upper curve is this curve, which is which curve? 2x square plus 9. Lower curve is this one, which is 5x square. So just write upper minus lower, integrate. Very easy question. You will get your area. So area is 12 root 3, right? Chalo, let's take the next question. So in this question, just a minute. So in this question, you are given a matrix here B, and this matrix B is basically the adjoint of the matrix A. So B is basically what? Adjoint of A. B matrix is adjoint of matrix A. And determinant of A is 2. So then you have to find the product of these three matrices. So you know that the determinant of adjoint of A is determinant of A raised to n minus 1 if A is n by n matrix. But in my case, A is a 3 by 3 matrix. because b is 3 by 3, so obviously a is also 3 by 3. So actually n is 3 here, so it is square, means 4. So that means that determinant of b should be 4. Actually, determinant of adjoint A is basically determinant of B. So determinant of B should be 4. So if you find the determinant of this matrix and equate it to B, you will get alpha. So let's not waste the time and let me show what is the value of alpha here. So if you expand this determinant, if you expand this determinant here, determinant of B, so just expand it. No need to do any transformation, just expand it. You will get this quadratic equation, alpha square minus 6 alpha plus 8c. And if you solve this quadratic, you will get two values of alpha, 2 and 4. But they have given that alpha is greater than 2. So therefore, you will take alpha is equal to 4 only. Now, alpha is 4. So this matrix becomes 1, 1, 4, 3, 2, 4, and 4, 3, 4. And after that, it is very easy question. You just have to multiply these three matrices. Just multiply these three matrices, you will get the answer. So multiplication is very easy. Everyone can do it. So let's move to the next question. In this question, what they are simply saying, if we have a circle S such that the points of nearest and farthest distance from the origin on it are these two. Actually, these 2 points are on the circle, and these 2 points are which point? The point which is nearest to the origin and the point which is farthest from the origin. So actually, you know that the nearest and farthest point will be along the normal drawn from the origin to the circle. And what is the normal of a circle? Simply diameter of the circle. So through the origin, just draw a diameter of the circle. So let's say this is your circle. Let's say this is your circle. And through origin, you have just drawn a diameter like this. This is origin. And let's say this diameter meets the circle at A and B. So this point A is the nearest point to the origin. This point B is the farthest point from the origin. And they are saying that the nearest point is 12, 5. Farthest point is 48, 10, 20. So basically center will be what? Center will be just the middle point of AB. So just find the middle point of AB, that will be center. So center will be what? 12 plus 48, 60 by 2, 30. And 5 plus 20, so 12.5. And radius will be what? Just half of AB. Radius, let's say R, that will be half of AB. So just apply distance formula. Find the distance AB. Half of this distance will be the radius. So option C is the correct option. Now let's move to the next question. They are saying that A is a set containing all the values of theta belonging to the interval 0 to 2 pi, for which this complex number is purely imaginary. So what will be the sum of elements of it? In short, they are asking the sum of all possible values of theta. Theta lies in this interval. What they are asking? They are asking sum of all possible values of theta belonging to 0 to 2 pi, for which this complex number is purely imaginary. So let me write this complex number as set. Now it is 1 plus 2 iota sine theta over 1 minus iota sine. Now whenever you have ratio of two complex numbers, what we basically do, we multiply numerator and denominator with the conjugate of the denominator. So multiply numerator and denominator with 1 plus iota sine. And they are saying that this number z is purely imaginary. So that means its real part should be 0. Real part of z should be 0 here. And real part is the term which is free from iota, independent of. So just write the real part. Real part you will get 1 into 1, which is 1. And then you will get 2 iota into iota sine theta. So minus 4 sine square. So ultimately you will get this equation if you put real parts here. And this gives you sine theta is equal to plus minus 1 by what? Sine square theta 1 by 4. So sine theta will be plus minus half. Is it 4 or 2 here? I think it's 2 here. It's not 4 here. You can check. If I multiply, so real part will be 1 and then minus plus 2 iota square sine theta, which is minus 2 sine square theta. So sine theta will be plus minus 1 by 2. Now sine theta is equal to plus minus 1 by root 2. So you will get 4 values of theta in the interval 0 to 2 pi, pi by 4, then second quadrant 3 pi by 4, then third quadrant 5 pi by 4, then fourth quadrant 7 pi by 4. And if you add these 4, you will get your answer, which will be 4 pi, I think. The sum of these 4 values of theta will be 4 pi. So 4 pi is the correct answer here. Let's see the next question. Definite integration. You have to find the value of this integration, right? So how will you do it? So limit is minus log 2 plus log 2. Limit is minus log 2 plus log 2 e raised to x log of e raised to x plus under root 1 plus e raised to x. So first what I will do, I will substitute e raised to x as t. So this e raised to x dx will become dt. When x is log 2, so e raised to log 2 will be 2, so t will be 2. When x is minus log 2, so e raised to minus log 2 will be half. So now this integration will become half to 2 log, in fact this is natural log ln e raised to x is taken as t plus under root 1 plus t square dt. Now I have to integrate this. How will you integrate this? Just use integration by parts, taking 1 as the second function, or you can write t raised to 0 here as the second function. So let's use integration by parts. First function is log t plus under root 1 plus t square. Second function is 1 or t raised to 0, so its integration is t. Limit is half to minus a new integration half to 2. The derivative of first function, which is 1 over t plus under root 1 plus t square. Chain rule, then differentiate this t plus under root 1 plus t square, so you will get 1 by 2 under root 1 plus t square. Now differentiate 1 plus t squared, and then integration of the second function, which is t raised to 0. Now just substitute the limit here. So if you substitute upper limit here, you will get log 2 plus root 5 minus substitute the lower limit here. So you will get log half plus under root 1 plus 1 by 4, so which will be 5 by 4 under root. And here if you simplify, you can see t and t cancel. T plus under root 1 plus t square is also cancelled. So basically it is half to 2 See, everything will be cancelled here. You are left with what? T goes here. So yes, you are left with T over under root 1 plus T square. And this is very simple integration. The derivative of 1 plus T square will be 2T. So just write 2T here, half here. And now substitute this under root 1 plus T square as Z, or 1 plus T square as Z, 2T dt will be dz. So this will become simply dz by root Z. So now you can integrate it very easily. So I'm not completing it, just complete it. After that, it is just calculation thing. See this question. Function is integral part of x minus 1 cos 2x minus 1 by 2 pi. This square bracket is GIF here, greatest integer function. So you have to check which option is correct here. Basically, you have to check the continuity of this function. Now, if I ask you, find the continuity of this function only, integral part of x minus 1. So you know that this function, integral part of x minus 1, it is discontinuous at every integer. Discontinuous at all x belonging to z. I'm talking about this function only. If I check this function only, so this function is discontinuous at every integer. Cosine function is always continuous. But what is happening here, at every integer, this cosine function will be 0. This cosine function is 0 at all x belonging to z. Because at odd multiple of pi by 2, cos will be 0. So when you put, it is actually odd integer here. When you put x as an integer, so it will be cos odd multiple of pi by 2, which is always 0. So since this quantity will become 0, so either you go from the right or from the left at any integer. At any integer, whether you take the right limit or left limit, the limit of whole function fx will always be 0. So this function fx is 0 at every integer. Whether you check left limit or right limit, it will also be 0. So actually this function is always continuous. No need to do anything. You can directly say that this function is continuous for every real x. Right? See this question. So they are saying that an ordinary dice is rolled, means a dice thrown randomly. And how many times, I don't know. Certain number of times, let's say n number of times. Let's say dice thrown n number of times. Now probability of getting odd number, let's say dice thrown n times. Now what they are saying, probability of odd number 2 times, means out of n throw, 2 will be odd, is equal to probability of getting an even number 3 times. So what they are saying, the probability of odd 2 times is same as probability of even 3 times. Now if a die is thrown n times, and see, when a die is thrown only once, when a die is thrown only once, so probability of getting odd number, let's say probability of getting odd number is written as p, that will be half. And probability of getting even number is, let's say q, that is also half. When a die is thrown exactly once, then probability of getting odd number is half, probability of getting even number is also. So now here I need 2 odd out of n times. So NC2 P2 Qn minus 2. Out of n tosses, 2 tosses resulted in odd and remaining tosses resulted in even. Similarly here, even 3 times. Even 3 times, so means NC3, 3 times even, so Q raised to 3 and remaining times odd, P raised to n minus 3. Here 2 times odd, so NC2, P raised to 2, 2 times odd, remaining times even. Here 3 times even, remaining times. Now P and Q both are half here. So ultimately it will become NC2 1 by 2 raised to n, NC3 1 by 2 raised to n, because P and Q both are half. So this is cancelled. And NC2 is equal to NC3. So of course n will be 5. So n is 5 here. Now they are saying what is the probability of getting an odd number of odd numbers. Odd number of odd numbers means you need one odd number or you need 3 times odd numbers or you need 5 times odd out of 5 tosses. So here 1 time odd, so 5C1 1 by 2 raised to 5. Here 3 times odd, 5C3 1 by 2 raised to 5. And here all odd, so 5C5 1 by 2 raised to 5. Now just simplify it. In fact, 1 by 2 raised to 5 is 1 by 32. 5C1 is 5. 5C3 is 10. 5C5 is 1. So 16 by 32. So half should be the correct answer. One odd means out of 5 tosses, 1 is odd, remaining 4 are even. So that means if out of 5 throws of die, 1 is odd, remaining 4. So 5C1 half and then half raised to 4. 1 odd, 4 even. Similar means 5C1 P Q raised to 4. Here 5C3 P raised to 3 Q raised to 2. Here 5C5 P raised to 5. Let's see this question. So y is equal to yx is a solution of this differential equation. Y2 is 0. Then you have to find dy by dx at x is equal to 1. Dy by dx at x is equal to 1. So see, dy by dx is already known. I have to put here only the values of x and y. So x is known, but I don't know y. What is y at x is equal to 1? So first I have to get the solution. Now this differential equation, just check it carefully. This differential equation, I can write it as, let me rewrite the equation. I can write it as dy by dx plus x times y plus 1 is equal to y plus 1 whole square e raised to x by 2. I can write like this. Dy by dx, x times y plus 1 whole square e raised to. Now if I divide the whole equation by y plus 1 whole square, so I will get here 1 over y plus 1 whole square dy by dx plus x over y plus 1, or you can say 1 over y plus 1x is e raised to x by 2. Now if you substitute this 1 over y plus 1 as t, substitute this 1 over y plus 1 as t. So then minus 1 over y plus 1 whole square dy by dx, it is dt by dx if you differentiate with respect to x. So this 1 over y plus 1 whole square dy by dx, it will become dt by dx. In fact, it will become minus dt by dx. So if I change the sign here, so it is dt by dx. Here it will become minus xt, and here it will become e raised to minus, in fact, it is x square here. Yes, e raised to x square is here. So e raised to x square by 2. With minus sign. And now you can see that it is a linear differential equation. It is linear differential equation. dy by dx d by q. So now let's get its integrating factor. Its integrating factor is e raised to minus x dx. So it is e raised to minus x square by 2. And here it was actually plus x, not minus. It was e raised to. Now you got the integrating factor. So I can write the solution. What will be the solution here? T into integrating factor. And on the right side, q into integrating factor. So if you multiply, q is this, integrate. So if you multiply, right side becomes dx on. T is what? T is 1 over y plus 1 e raised to minus x square by 2. And on the right side, you are getting minus x plus c. Now they have given y2 is 0. Y2 is 0. So put x is equal to 2, y is equal to 0 here. Put 2 comma 0 here. X2, y0. So you will get c. Just put x is equal to 2, y is equal to 0. So you will get what? E raised to y0. So it is 1 e raised to minus 4 by 2. So e raised to minus 2 is minus 2 plus c. So c you got 2 plus 1 by e square. Now put the value of c here. Then find what will be y when x is 1. What will be y when x is 1. And now you got x and y. So just put the value of x or y here in this equation. You will get dy by dx. Let me repeat. C, now you know the value of c. Put in this equation here. In this equation here. Here. Put x is equal to 1 because you have to find dy by dx. So put x is equal to 1. So correspondingly you will get y. Now as soon as you got x and y, so put x and y here in this equation to get dy by dx. That's it. So now it is just a calculation. So you can do it. Let me show you the calculation here. So till here I have already done. C is 2 plus 1 by e square. Now put the value of c here. Put the value of c here. So you got this equation. Now in this equation, put x is equal to 1. Just put x is equal to 1. So you will get y plus 1. Y plus 1 is this. And as soon as you get y plus 1, so put the value of y plus 1 is equal to this. And x is equal to 1 here. You will get dy by dx. That's it. That's the only thing you have to do. So your final answer will be minus e raised to 3 by 2 over 1 plus a square whole square. After that, it is just a calculation. So I'm leaving it. Now let's move to the next question. So what they are simply saying, we have an equilateral triangle whose centroid is at the origin. See, in an equilateral triangle, you say centroid, you say circumcenter, orthocenter, incenter, all points will be same. And one of the sides of the equilateral triangle is along this line. R, capital R is the radius of the circumcircle and small r is the radius of the incircle. So you have to find capital R plus small r. See, since it is an equilateral triangle, so capital R will be 2 times small r. So basically I have to find 2 times small r plus r, that is 3 times small r only. So I have to find r only, and then 3 times small r will be your answer, right? Now let's draw an equilateral triangle. So if I draw an equilateral triangle here like this, like this. But they have given one side. Let's say this side is given as x plus y minus 3, 0. And center of this circle is given. Whether you say circumcenter, incenter, orthocenter, doesn't matter. In equilateral triangle, everything will be same. Center is where? Center is origin. So this is origin. This origin is the center of this triangle. Means if I draw the in circle means which circle? Which touches all the 3 sides like this. So the circle which touches all the 3 sides like this will be in circle like this. So this circle is in circle and its radius is in radius. Now what will be its radius? So basically just the perpendicular from origin to this line. This perpendicular length is the radius. So just find this perpendicular length, that will be radius. So radius is what? Length of perpendicular from origin to this line. So just use length of perpendicular formula, that will be 3 by root. So your answer will be what? 3r, capital R plus r, capital R plus r, which is 3r. So 9 by root. So 9 by root 2 is the correct option, which is option C. You have to write the equation of a line passing through this point and inclined at an angle of tan inverse root 2 with this line. Let's say tan inverse root 2 is theta. So I have 2 lines here. Let's say one line is this, one line is this. Angle between these 2 lines is theta. And one line is already given. Let's say this line is given to you, 3 root 2x minus y minus 1, 0. This other line I don't know. Let's say its slope is m. And this other line is passing through the point 1, 3. 1, 3. And the angle between these 2 lines is theta. Theta is tan inverse root. Theta is what? Tan inverse root. Now if I find the slope of this line, the slope of this line is 3 root. So now you can find the angle between these 2 lines using the formula tan theta is equal to mod m1 minus m2, 1 plus m1 m2. So I can write tan theta is equal to mod m1 minus m2 over 1 plus m1 into m2. And this tan theta is basically root 2 from here. So this is root 2. Now just remove mod sign and cross multiply, you will get the value of m. And as soon as you got the value of m, you can write the equation of this line. The equation of this line is y minus 3 m times x minus 1. So the only missing thing is m here, and m you can obtain from this equation. So just solve this equation to get m and put the value of m here. That will be your answer. Actually, you will get 2 values of m because you have mod sign here. So when you remove mod, you will write plus minus root 2. When you remove mod here, so you will write plus minus root 2 m minus 3 root 2 over 1 plus 3, and solve 2 times taking plus and minus sign respectively. So ultimately you will get 2 values of m. So hence there will be 2 possibilities of the lines, and you will check which option matches here. So option matches with slope minus 4 by root 2 by 5. Even if you look at the options very carefully, just look at the options very carefully, so you will see that in each option you can see 4 root 2. 4 root 2. No option contains this 2 root 2 like this. So actually in just find the equation of the line corresponding to minus 4 root 2 by 5. That will be your answer. Or even if you find both the lines, so just check the option, which option matches. If more than one choice are correct, maybe both the options are given to you. Next question. So in this question, they are saying K1, A2, A3 is an increasing GP of positive numbers. Increasing GP means key common ratio is greater than 1. Sum of its 6th and 8th term is 2, and the product of 3rd and 5th term is 1 by 9. So what will be this value, right? So easy questions, but they are saying sum of 6th and 8th term. 6th term will be what? 6th term will be AR5. 8th term will be what? AR7. This is 2. 6th AR5, 8th AR7. So I can take here AR5 common. The 1 plus R square is 2. This is equation number 1. Then they are saying the product of 3rd and 5th term. 3rd term is what? 3rd term is AR square. 5th term is what? AR4. This is 1 by 9. So this will become A square R6, or you can say AR cube whole square. 1 by 9. So from here, I will get AR cube is equal to 1 by 3. You have to take only positive value because all the terms are positive here. So AR cube 1 by 3, number 2. Now just solve these two equations. So see from equation 1, if I put the value of AR cube here, so AR5 can be written as AR cube into R square, and AR cube is 1 by 3. So 1 by 3 R square, 1 plus R square is 2. So ultimately you are getting R raised to 4 plus R square minus 60. And it can be factorized as R square plus 3 R square minus 2. So from here you will get R is equal to root. And since R is root 2, so you got A also. From here, AR cube is under the root 2 whole cube will be what? 2 root 2. So it will be 1 by 6 root A. Now you know A and R both. So you can find this term. What they are asking 6 times A2. A2 is AR. A4. A4 is AR cube. Again A4, AR cube. A6, AR5. So just put the values of A and R here. You will get your answer. A is equal to 1 by 6 root 2. R is equal to root 2. Substitute the values here. You will get your final answer, which is 3. Final answer is 3 here. In this question, they are saying that these two vectors are collinear. And whenever two vectors are collinear or parallel, the coefficients of ijk will be proportional. So you can say that x over 1 minus 1 over y and 1 over z, they are equal. Coefficients of ijk will be proportional. X over 1 minus 1 over y and 1. So from here I can say that And then they are asking a possible value of unit vector parallel to this vector. So from here I can say ki x is what? Let's write z. Z is what? Z is x, 1 by x and minus y. Let's write x and y, both in terms of z, right? So that will be easier. So let me write x as 1 by z, y as minus z. So now this vector, let me call this vector as r vector. It is xi plus yj plus zk. So it is 1 by zi minus zj plus zk. Now can you see this type of vector in your option? I minus j plus k. So I can see here I minus j plus k if I take z is equal to 1. So if I take z is equal to, see that they are asking a possible unit vector. They are not asking all the vector. There will be many vectors of like this. Z can be 1, z can be 2, z can be 3, anything. But if I take z is equal to 1, then my option matches. So if I take z is equal to 1, then r will become I minus j plus k. And unit vector r cap will be basically vector r by mod r, which is nothing but this option. So to match the option, you have to take z is equal to 1 here. See this question. CF is the perpendicular from the center C of the ellipse. CF is the perpendicular from the center C of the ellipse on the tangent at any point P. And G is the foot of the perpendicular from the normal at P. G is the point actually. G is the point where the normal at P meets the major axis. So what will be CF into PG? And if you look at the options here, so it means your options are independent of the choice of P. Options are constant in terms of A and B only. In terms of A and B only. So means I take any point P, my answer should remain same. I take any point P, my answer should remain same. So that's why I will solve this question very quickly using shortcut trick. Okay, let's say this is your ellipse. This is shortcut trick. By looking at the option, this is major axis. This is minor axis. Center is origin. Obviously, this length is A. This point is A, comma 0. This length is B. This point is 0, comma. So they are saying ki draw tangent at any point and then normal at that point. So and CF is the perpendicular from the center C. So they have taken center as C. So center, this origin is taken as C. Center is C. And let's say just for the sake of convenience to make the question easy. So what I'm doing, I'm taking the tangent at this point. At this point. Means I'm taking P point as 0, comma B. So obviously normal will be y-axis now. Normal will be y-axis now. And they are saying that normal meets the major axis at G. So that means this G point is same as center point. G point same as center point. So now what they are asking CF into PG. The problem is solved. CF is what? CF is this distance. F point is what? F is the point where the perpendicular from the center to the tangent. So C, perpendicular from the center to the tangent meet at this point. So this point is F only. P point is F only. So CF is P. And PG is also this point, this distance. PG is also B. So you got your answer. So here CF and PG both are B. See, your answer will not change. You draw tangent at any point. You draw tangent at any point, your answer will not change. So I'm just taking the tangent at the point P here, 0, comma P. So this point is P, this point is F, this point is center is C, and G and C both are same point. So here P and F both are same point, C and G both are same point. If you are doing in general form, not by objective method, then this question is very lengthy. In that case, you have to choose a general point P as A cos theta, B sin theta. Then write the equation of the tangent at that point in parametric form. X cos theta over A plus Y sin theta over B is equal to 1. So general point A cos theta, B sin theta. Then write the tangent at that point. X cos theta over A plus Y sin theta over B is equal to 1. Then draw a perpendicular from C to this tangent using the length of perpendicular formula, find CF. Then write the equation of normal at the P point. Equation of normal is AX secant theta minus BY cosecant theta is equal to A square minus B square. Then find this G point where the normal meets the x-axis. Then using distance formula, find PG, and finally multiply CF and PG. So you can see that it is going to be very, very lengthy if you are going by general method. So that's why I used shortcut method. In this question, what they are saying, total number of ways of selecting two distinct numbers from this set so that their sum is divisible by 3. So I have to choose two numbers from this set in such a way their sum should be divisible by 3. So since we need the numbers divisible by 3, so I will divide this set into three sets, three partitions. In the first set, I am taking only multiple of 3, 3, 6, 9 up to 3n. In the second set, I am taking 1, 4, 7, means number of the form 3n minus 2. And in the third set, I am taking 2, 5, 8, numbers of the form 3n minus 1. And here, as you can see, each set will contain same number of elements, n. Number of elements in each set is n here. N elements in the set A, n elements in the set B, n elements in the sets. Now I have to choose three numbers from these sets so that the sum should be divisible by 3. Sorry, two numbers only. I have to choose two numbers. So one method is, one option will be if I choose both the numbers, from the set A itself, obviously sum will be divisible by 3. Sum will be divisible by 3. So if I choose both the numbers from the set A, sum will be divisible by 3. So this is one of the options, NC2. Or the second option can be, I can choose one number from B, one number from C. So if I choose one number from B, one number from C, obviously sum will be divisible by 3. So NC1, NC1. So two possibilities, both the numbers from A or one from B, one from C. So this is your final answer basically. Just simplify it, you will get your answer, which is basically B option. X is the set containing all numbers X, natural numbers X, and X should be in this form, n cube plus 2n plus 1. And Y is another set containing all the numbers X of this form. N is a natural number again. So they are saying X intersection Y is a subset of this 3n plus 5. X intersection Y is a subset of this n square plus n plus 1. 34 belongs to X intersection Y, like that, or none of these. So see what I will do here. If I say if I check can I have any n for which these two number becomes equal, n cube plus 2n plus 1 becomes 3n square plus 20. Is there any n for which these two become same? I'm just checking. Is there any n for which these two become same? So if I solve this one, it is n cube minus 3n square plus 2n minus 60. Now I can see that n squared can be taken common here to n minus 3. 2 can be taken common here, n minus 3. So yes, n is equal to 3 is the only point satisfying this equation. Means n is equal to 3 is the only point where these two numbers will be same. So now if I put n is equal to 3 here, if I put n is equal to 3 here, so I will get what? 27 plus 6 plus 1, 34. And if I put n is equal to 3 here, so I will get 27 plus 7, 34. So of course 34 belongs to both the set. So means this option is correct. 34 belongs to both the set. 34 belongs to x intersection y. Now they are saying that x intersection y is a subset of this and this. So see, 3n plus 5 can never be 34. If you put 3n plus 5 is equal to 34, you will not get a natural number. So means obviously this option is not correct, because if x intersection y is a subset of this one, so 34 must satisfy this. Similarly, 34, if I put this is equal to 34, again I'm not getting any natural. So that means only C option is correct here. I have to find the number of real roots of this equation. And since this equation contains mod, so I have to remove mod sign first. I have to remove this mod sign first. And to remove mod sign, I will take two cases. First case, if I take x greater than or equal to 5. So then this equation will become x square plus 2x plus 1 plus x minus 5. 27 by 4. This will become x square plus 3x minus 4 minus 27 by 4. This will become x square plus 3x and 16 and 27. 16 and 27 is what? 43 by 4. Now use the quadratic formula. So x will be what? Minus 3 plus minus under root b square, which is 9. 4ac, which is 43 by 2. But we have taken x greater than or equal to 5. And you can see here that both roots are actually less than 5. None of the roots is greater than or equal to 5 here. Because root 452 will be, root 52 will be what? 7 point something, 7 point something minus 3, 4 point something divided by 2. So both roots are less than 5. That means none of these roots will be considered, both will be rejected. So no x if x is greater than or, no solution if x is greater than or equal to 5. Now if I take x less than 5, so then this equation becomes x square plus 2x plus 1 minus x plus 5, 27 by 4. And similarly, you can find this quadratic. And this time, if you solve this quadratic, let me show you directly. If you solve this quadratic, you will get two roots, half and minus 3 by 2. But as you have considered x less than 5 here, so your root must be less than 5. So out of half and minus 3 by 2, both roots are less than 5. Both will be considered. So hence there are two solutions of this equation. Number of solutions will be. Next question. They are saying that we have an ellipse. Let me draw the ellipse. We have an ellipse here whose center is 1, 0. Let's say this is major axis A dash. this is minor axis BB dash. And let's say center is. Length of lateral septum is half. And major axis along the x-axis. Minor axis subtends an angle 60 degree at the foci. So if I take one focus here, S. So this minor axis subtends an angle of 60 degree at S. Means this angle BSB dash is 60 degree. This angle is 60 degree here. So I can say that this angle is basically 30 degree. Half angle here. This angle is 30 degree. Of course, this length, BC length is B. And this length, distance between center and focus, this length is A. So I can say tan 30 degrees B over A. Tan 30 degree is B over A. Tan 30 is 1 by root 3. So I will get root 3B is equal to A. Root 3B is equal to. One more condition is given. Length of lateral septum is half. And length of lateral septum will be what? 2B square by A. In the ellipse, length of lateral septum is 2B square over A half. So from here I got 4B square is equal to A. 4B square is equal to A. Now if I do squaring here, this one, so this will be 3B square is equal to A square E square. And E square can be written as A square minus B square by A square. E square is. So this A square cancel. So I'm getting 4B square is equal to A square here. Here 4B square is A. Here 4B square is A square. So that simply means A square is equal to A. So A will be 1. And if A is 1, so B square will be 1 by 4. Now what they are asking? Sum of a square of the length of major and minor axis. So length of major axis is 2A, square is this. Length of minor axis is 2B, and then square. You have to find the sum of squares of the length of major and minor axis. So this is 4A square means 4. This is 4B square, which is 1. So your answer should be 5. So 5 is the correct answer. Why they have taken 9? Have I done some mistake? Let me check. Tan 30 degree B over AE. What they are asking? Sum of length of its sum of the length of its major and minor axis, not a square. They are asking sum of length. Why I've read square? Square is not written here, and I don't know how I read square. Square of the length of sorry. Square is written, but what they have written, the square of the sum of the length of its minor and major axis. Sorry, my bad. So it happens when you don't read the question carefully. Lack of concentration, and same happened with me here. So I didn't read the question very carefully. They are asking what? They are asking square of the sum of length of its minor and major axis. So first you have to find the sum of length of major and minor axis, and then a square. Square of the sum of length of its minor and major axis. So now you can see that 2A will be 2, B is half, so 2B will be 1, and then a square, so it will become 9. So yes, 9 is correct. My fault. I didn't read the question very carefully. In 22, they are saying M is a 3 by 3 matrix, and each element of the matrix will be taken from this set 0, 1, 2. Means each entry of the matrix will be either 0, 1 or 2. Now if I multiply M transpose with M, so then sum of diagonal elements of M transpose and M is equal to what? Is equal to 7. So how many such matrices can be found? The number of such matrix, maximum number. So let me write the matrix first. I can write my matrix M. Let me write the matrix A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2, C3. So what will be its transpose? Now what I have to do, I have to multiply M transpose with M. So M transpose will be A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2. This is M transpose. And M is what? A1, A2, A3, B1, B2, B3, C1, C2. And what I need? Sum of diagonal elements of M transpose M. Basically, I need only trace of M transpose M. And it is given as 7. Sum of diagonal elements is called trace. TR means trace here. So sum of diagonal elements is called trace. So trace is 7. So I will not multiply the complete matrix here. I will just try to find out the diagonal elements if I multiply these two. So diagonal element will be A11, first row, first column. So first diagonal element I will get A1 square plus B1 square plus C1 square. If I multiply first row with first column, first diagonal. Second diagonal element I will get second row, second column. A2 square plus B2 square plus C2 square. And third diagonal element I will get A3 square plus B3 square plus C3 square. And this is given as 7. Now each of these elements A1, B1, C1, A2, B2, C2, A3, B3, C3 are 0, 1, 2. 3 possibilities. 0, 1, 2. But I need some 7. I need some 7. So what are the possibilities? How can you make some 7? So see, two possibilities are there. First possibility is if I take, see, if I take 7, how will you get some 7? So 6 elements are there, A1 square, B1 square, C1 square, A2 square, B2 square, C2 square, A3 square, B3 square, C3 square, and they are saying the sum is 7. So 7 for 7, what we can do? I can take, and elements of matrices are taken from this set 0, 1, 2. So if I take 1, 2, if I take, means out of these six positions A1, B1, C1, A2, B2, C2, A3, B3, C3. So if I take 1, 2, so square will be 4 and 3, 1. So 7 and remaining 2, 0. Means out of these 6 elements A1, B1, C1, A2, B2, C2, A3, B3, C3, I'm taking 1, 2, 3, 1. So 2 square 4 and plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, so 7, 0. So 1, 2 and 3, 1 and 0. Right? So basically in this case, what will be the arrangement? See, I don't know out of these elements which element is taken as 2, which element is taken as 1, which element is taken as 0. So I will arrange these. So arrangement of these 7 elements will be what? 6 elements, sorry, 6 factorial by 3 factorial. Because out of these 6, 3 factorial, 2 factorial also. Out of these 6, 1 is repeating 3 times, 0 is repeating 2 times. So if I calculate this 6 factorial, 3 factorial, 2 factorial, sorry, how I'm calculating 6 elements and 9 elements are there. Oh, my bad. 9 elements are there here. 3 in this bracket, 3 in this bracket, 3 in this bracket. My fault. Actually, 9 elements are there. No? 3 here, 3 in this bracket, 3 in this bracket, 3 in this bracket. So if I take 1, 2, 3, 1, it becomes 7. 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. So that means keep remaining 5 will be 0. 0 will be 5 times. 0 will be 5 times. This is one possibility. And second possibility is if I take 7 1, 1 7 times, 1 7 times, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and 2 zeros only. So these are the two possibilities only. These are the two possibilities. So here the number of arrangement will be what? 9 factorial. And out of these 9, 1 3 times, so 3 factorial, 0 5 times, 5 factorial. And here number of arrangement is 9 factorial, out of which 1 is 7 times, so 7. Calculate this one, add these two, that will be your answer. Total number of ways is sum of these two. So just add these two, you will get your answer. So let's see what answer you are getting here. 540. Basically, in the first case, when 7 1 and 2 zeros are there, 9 factorial over 7 factorial, so that will be 36. And when 1 2 3 1 and 5 zeros are there, that will be 504. So total will be 504 plus 36, which is 540. Next, fx is sine of cos inverse of this, and its first derivative with respect to x is this when x is 1. So basically I have to differentiate this. Now if I look at it carefully, I can see that it is of the form 1 minus t square over 1 plus t square. So if I put this 2 raised to x as tan theta, so this will become 1 minus tan square theta over 1 plus tan square theta. So fx will be what? Fx will be sine cos inverse. Put 2 raised to x as tan theta, so it will become 1 minus tan square theta over 1 plus tan square theta, which is cos 2 theta, which is cos 2 theta. And cos inverse of cos 2 theta can be written as 2 theta, so it is sine 2 theta. And sine 2 theta can be written as 2 tan theta over 1 plus tan square theta. Now substitute the value of theta here. So 2 into 2 raised to x means 2 raised to x plus 1, and 1 plus tan square theta, so that will be 2 raised to 2x. Now it is easy, just differentiate it and put x is equal to 1, but you have to find f dash 1. So just differentiate it using quotient rule. Just differentiate with respect to x, put x is equal to 1, you will get it. It's very easy, so let's leave it. This question is lengthy. It's a very lengthy question. So this type of question you should attempt in the paper only when you have ample time left with you. Otherwise, leave it. It will be a time-taking question. Very time-taking. You have two lines here, L1 and L2. So if I write this line in standard form, I can write it as R is equal to what, 3I minus J plus 4K plus T times I plus 2J plus 2K. This is the first line. Similarly, if I arrange the second line, so I can write it as R is equal to 3I plus 3J plus 2K and then S times 2I plus 2J plus 2K. So these are the two given lines, L1 and L2. Now I have to draw a line, another line, L, which passes through the origin and perpendicular to both these lines. So you can see that the vector along the first line, can be taken as I plus 2J plus 2K. This is the vector along the first line. Let me call this vector as Q1 vector. And vector along the second line can be taken as 2I plus 2J plus 2K. Let me call this as Q2 vector. So since third line is perpendicular to both these R1, both these L1 and L2. So that means vector along the third line can be taken as Q1 cross Q2. Why you are taking Q1 cross Q2? Because Q1 cross Q2 is the vector which is perpendicular to both Q1 and Q2. So since you need a line which is perpendicular to both L1 and L2, so that means vector along this line L will be perpendicular to both Q1 and Q2. Q1 is what? IJK 1, 2, 2. Q2 is what? Q2 is 2, 2, 1 actually, not. Here it is wrong. It is actually 2I plus 2J. You can see here 2I plus 2J plus K. So it is actually plus K here only. 2 to 1. Now just expand this. So you will get what? 2 minus 4 minus 2I. These 2 minus 4. Then you will get what? 1 minus 4. 1 minus 4 to plus 3J. Then you will get what? 2 minus 4. 2 minus 4 minus 2. So this is the vector along the third line. The vector along the third line. Let me check if I'm doing calculation error. So the vector along the third line will be minus 2I plus 3J. Is it same or not? Yes, minus 2I plus 3J minus 2. So now I got the vector. Let me do the remaining calculation. So this is the vector along the third line, L. So now I can write the line L. Line L is passing through origin and along this vector. So line L can be written as R is equal to passing through origin to 0 plus lambda times minus 2I plus 3J. Now what they are saying, this line L, which is passing through origin and perpendicular to these two, if the coordinates of the point of intersection in the first octant on L2 at a distance of root 17 from the point of intersection of L and L1. So first I need the point of intersection of L and L1. But I need the point of intersection of L and L1. L is this line. L1 is this line. So I need the point of intersection of these two lines, L and L1. So see any point on this line L, let's call this point of intersection as P. Okay, let's say P is the point of intersection of L and L. The P point can be taken as minus 2 lambda, 3 lambda, minus 2 lambda. Actually, any point on this line L will be minus 2 lambda, 3 lambda, minus 2 lambda. And since it is the point of intersection of L and L1, so it must satisfy the line L1 also. It must satisfy the line L1 also. And if I write the line L1 in Cartesian form, so I can write the line L1 like this also. X minus 3 by 1, y plus 1 by 2, z minus 4 by 2. I can write L1 like this also, because it is passing through 3 minus 1, 4 to x minus 3, y plus 1, z minus 4, and direction ratios are 1 to 2. So this point must satisfy this L1. So put this point on L1 here. So you will get minus 2 lambda minus 3 by 1. Then you will get 3 lambda plus 1 by 2 and minus 2 lambda minus 4 by 2. Now just solve first two only. So if you cross multiply here, first two I'm solving. So I will get minus 4 lambda minus 6, 3 lambda plus 1. So this will give you what? 7 lambda is equal to minus 7, lambda is minus 1. 7 lambda, so lambda is minus 1, means you got the point P. Point P is what? 2 minus 3. This is the point of intersection of L and L1. Now I need a point on L2, which is at a distance of root 17 unit from P. And that point is called ABC. That point is called ABC on L2. So let's write the line L2 now. I can write the line L2 now. See any point on L2, L2 is this line. Any point on L2 can be taken, let me call this point as Q point, which is I'm taking as on L2. So any point on L2 can be taken as 3 plus 2s. See here, this point actually only 3 plus 2s, 3 plus 2s, 2 plus s. This is the point on L2. So 3 plus 2s, 3 plus 2s, 2 plus s. And now they are saying that the distance of this point Q from the point P is root 17. So just apply distance formula. PQ is root 17. PQ is root 17. So just apply distance formula, distance between P and Q. So 3 plus 2s minus 2 whole square. So that will be 2s plus 1 whole square. Then 3 plus 2s plus 3. So 2s plus 5 whole square. Then 2 plus s minus 2. So s square. This is 17. So if you solve this one, you will get two values of s. But you should take positive value because your point Q is in the first octet. So ultimately, if I solve this one, I will get two values of s. Just solve this equation. You will get two values of s, but you will take that value of s for which the coordinates of Q should be positive. The coordinates of Q should be positive. And now as soon as you got Q point is written ABC here. Q point is written ABC here. So what they are asking? They are asking A plus B plus C. So first find S from this equation. As soon as you got S, put the value of S here. You got Q. Q point is ABC. You got A plus B plus 18 times A plus B plus C. That will be your answer. Yes, it is lengthy question. That's why I told you attempt only when you have ample time left with you, otherwise leave it. So actually see, you will get two values of s. S will be -2 or and -10/9. S will be -2 and -10/9. Here you can see. But as I told you, this point Q is in the first octet. So X, all the three coordinates should be positive here. So I cannot take S as -2, because if I take S as -2, so in fact coordinates become negative or 0. So I will take S as -10/9. Now if I take S as -10/9, if I take S as -10/9, so put S is equal to -10/9 here. You got the point Q. That will be ABC. ABC. These are ABC in fact. This question is again very lengthy question. Attempt only when you have time. What they are simply saying here, we are given two lines, x plus y is equal to 5 and 7x minus y is equal to 3. Two lines are given. And these two lines are the sides of an isosceles triangle ABC. AB and AC, these are the two sides. Now the third side BC, you have to find the equation of the third side BC, so that area of triangle ABC becomes 5. So I have given two lines here. So let me draw two lines first. Okay, let's say one line is this, one line is this. Right. And let's say the intersection point of these two lines is A. These are the two given lines here. These are the two given lines here. And one line is what? X plus y is equal to 5. So let's say this line is x plus y is equal to 5. And this line is 7x minus y is equal to. Of course, A is the point of intersection of these two lines. So just find the point of intersection. If you add, so 8x will be 8. So this point is 1, 4. X1, Y4, 5 here. X1, Y4, yes, 3. Now see, triangle ABC is an isosceles triangle. So basically, you can form 4 triangle here. You can form 4 triangle here. How 4 triangle? Let me tell you. Okay, I can take isosceles triangle here. ABC. B taken here. C taken here. So this is the triangle ABC. So this is your triangle ABC. Similarly, I can make a triangle here also, isosceles triangle ABC. This point B, this point C. AB is equal to AC. B on this line, C on this line. I can make ABC here also. This triangle is also ABC. I can make ABC here also. So 4 such triangle will be possible. Means there will be 4 possible equations of BC. There will be 4 possible equations of BC. So if more than one choice are correct, maybe all the 4 options are correct. But since it is a single choice correct here, so out of these 4 equations, one equation will be given to you. Now how will you find the equation of BC? So for that I need this point B, this point C. If I get the point B and C, I can get the equation of line BC. So what I'm doing here, okay, let's suppose the angle between these two given line is theta here. Let's say this angle is theta. So I can find tan theta. Tan theta will be what? M1 minus M2, 1 plus M1, M2. This slope is 7. This slope is -1. So M1 minus M2, 1 plus M1 into. Slope of one line is 7. Slope of other line is -1. So M1 minus M2, 1 plus M1, M2. So basically it is 8 over 6, 4 by 3. Numerator is 8, denominator is minus 6, mod the 4 by 3. Now, it is given that this triangle is isosceles. Let me consider this triangle first, triangle ABC. I'm considering this triangle. It is isosceles triangle. So let's suppose AB and AC both are equal to R. Both are equal to R. This one is R, this one is R. So area of triangle ABC will be half R square sine 2 theta, sine theta in fact, half R square sine theta. So area of triangle will be half R square sine theta. And area is given. Area is given as 5. Half R square. See, tan theta is 4 by 3, so sine theta will be 4 by 5. So from here I got R square is equal to 25 by 2. So R is 5 by root. Means the side length of this triangle is 5 by root. So now I can find the point B and C. So let's find B point first. See, B point is at a distance of R unit from A and on this line. This line has slope minus 1. Tan alpha is minus 1. So alpha will be 135 degree, 3 pi by 4. So any point on this line in parametric form can be taken as x1 plus minus r cos theta, y1 plus minus r sin theta. Means if you have to choose a point on this line at a distance of r unit from x1, y1, so you will take it as x1 plus minus r cos theta, y1 plus minus r sin theta. R is known here, theta is 3 pi by 4 here, alpha is actually. So I can take B point as 1 plus minus r, r is 5 by root 2, cos theta, cos 3 pi by 4. Then 4 plus minus r, 5 by root 2, sine 3 pi by 4. Now it is 1 plus minus cos 3 pi by 4 is minus 1 by root 2. 4 plus minus 5 by root 2, sine 3 pi by 4 is plus 1 by 2. So if you solve with plus sign here, so it will become 1 minus 5 by 2. Just check. 1 minus 5 by 2 means what? Minus 3 by 2. And this will become plus sign. So 4 plus 5 by 2. 4 plus 5 by 2 is what? 13 by 2. And if I take minus sign, so it will become 1 plus 5 by 2, which is 7 by 2. 1 plus, and here 4 minus 5 by 2, which is 3 by 2. So these are the two possible coordinates of B. Means your B point is basically what? This B point can be this one or can be this one. So if one of them will be, let's say I take this one as minus 3 by 2, 13 by 2. So this one will be 7 by 2, 3 by 2. Similarly, I can find C point. C point is on this line at a distance of, again, R unit from it. And slope of this line, let me write the slope of this line as tan phi. It is 7. So C point I can take 1 plus minus R. R is 5 by root 2 cos phi. Here slope is tan phi, so cos phi. Then 4 plus minus 5 by root 2 sin phi. So it is 1 plus minus 5 by root 2. See, tan phi is 7, 7 by 1. So cos, in fact, perpendicular over base. So hypotenuse will be what? Root 50 5 root 2. So cos 5 will be 1 over 5 root. And 4 plus minus 5 by root 2. Sine 5 will be 7 over 5. So just solve these two. You will get two possible values of C, one here, one here. Now you can write the big equation of BC if you find the equation of this line joining B and C, or this line, or this line, or this line, and see which option matches here. You will get four possible equations of BC. So one of them is given. So you have to check if for which option matches here. So actually, just like I found B, you can find 2 points. Let me write here. If I take plus sign here, so see this 5 and 5 cancel. So it will become 1 plus 1 by 2, 3 by 2. And here 2 and 4, 8. 8 plus 35, 43 by 2. And if I take minus sign here, so it is 1 minus 1 by 2, half. And here 8 minus 35 minus 27 by 2. So let's say this point is 3 by 2 comma 43 by 2. Similarly, this point you will get half comma minus 27. So now your BC can be this line, or BC can be this line, or your BC can be this line, or BC can be this line. So just find all the four possible lines and see which option matches, right? So that's the last question. That's the end. See you guys. Bye bye. Take care. Bye everyone. Bye bye. God bless you all.